Good morning, 5 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we are following a breaking story early this morning. A Boeing Dreamliner plane that has crashed in Western India with 242 people on board. Now, that flight was headed to London's Gatwick Airport. It crashed just after takeoff. And as we learn more details about that crash this morning, we will bring them to you. The State Department has ordered a partial evacuation of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad and the departure of non-essential staff from missions in Kuwait and Bahrain. It comes as Iran is vowing to strike American military bases in that region. Nuclear talks between the two nations are apparently still in the works.
This is potentially a practical step. By calling out non-essential employees from the embassies, by calling out some family members, allowing them to leave, it does minimize the risk of collateral damage if missiles were to fly. But really, what I think this is a messaging step. It's the U.S. saying, hey, look, Iran, talk is cheap. You can throw around threats, but look how quickly that we're willing to get onto war footing in case we can't reach a deal.
That's ABC's Shannon Kingston. CBS News is reporting that the U.S. officials have been told Israel is fully ready to launch an operation into Iran. President Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, is reportedly still planning to meet with Iran for a sixth round of talks on that country's nuclear program in the coming days. Other news, leaders in one Wilson County town are just one vote away from increasing property taxes by 4 times the current rate.
Tennessee says the city commission in Mount Juliet has passed the first of 2 votes needed to approve the 2025-2026 budget, and it includes bumping the property tax rate to 44 cents from 11 cents per $100 of assessed value. Now, that could change before the second reading and vote that happens at the next regularly scheduled city commission meeting on June 23rd. But if it doesn't change, that increase goes into effect on July 1st. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Despite an inflation report that's in line with what economists expected, stocks drifted slightly lower. The Consumer Price Index rose 0.1% between April and May. The Dow was nearly even, the Nasdaq slipped 99 points, and the S&P dipped 16. President Trump announced Wednesday that China will supply rare earth minerals and magnets to the U.S., while the U.S. will allow Chinese students into universities in a deal that still needs a presidential sign-off. No deal yet, though, on tariffs. Google is offering another round of buyouts to workers in its search, advertising, research, and engineering units. Oil prices rose on a report that the State Department ordered non-essential staff to evacuate from the embassy in Iraq over security concerns in the region. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And stock futures are lower this morning. We've got Dow futures minus 270. NASDAQ futures are down 80 points. S&P futures minus 26. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash in South Nashville on the 24 westbound on-ramp from Murfreesboro Pike, and it's partially blocking that on-ramp this morning. Berry Hill, an accident on 65 northbound at I-440, and the right lane is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, and I hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a Thursday, June 12th of 2025. Interesting indeed what is going on with Israel and Iran. So I want to make sure that we got this straight. So Israel may end up bombing Iran unilaterally, and then Iran is, of course, threatening us, even though Trump is not going to be supporting, it would seem, Israel bombing Iran. But Iran is going to, apparently, they say, they're going to take it out on us. Now, there's so much to this. First of all, just so you know, I think with Iran, if there's any nation in the world that deserves to get the living crap bombed out of them, it is Iran. And I don't blame Israel at all for wanting to bomb the living crap out of Iran, because Iran has done a lot of really bad things, including, of course, support and also fund terrorism. That is what Iran does. Iran was behind that Hamas attack on Israel that killed over 1,000 people in Israel. And so I totally understand why Israel wants to take out Iran. Iran, of course, believes that Israel has no right to exist either. So there's a lot here. How will Donald Trump respond with all this? Because remember, Trump is negotiating with Iran, which, by the way, I am vehemently against. I do not believe that we should be negotiating with terrorists. I do not believe that we should be doing anything to make Iran stronger. You cannot trust Iran. But that also doesn't mean that I support the United States taking part in bombing Iran. We can do, quite frankly, just enough damage or more damage by just implementing sanctions and holding those sanctions to ensure that they are actually implemented instead of negotiating with them. This is a bit, for me, I'm telling you folks, all you people out there that are like, oh, Mandis always agrees with Trump on everything. I don't agree with Trump on negotiating with Iran. And by the way, Trump is getting pissed. Trump is getting pissed because these negotiations with Iran, because remember what they want to do is they want to continue with the enriching of the uranium or whatever it is. And Iran is saying, no, this is just for, peaceful means. This is for energy. And everybody else is like, no, we know what they want to do. They want a nuclear bomb. That's what they want. They also believe that Israel has no right to exist. So there is a lot here. And also don't forget that President Trump took out one of their leaders, Qasem Soleimani. Remember that whole thing? So they're still ticked over that. They're still ticked over Donald Trump in this rather epic comment.
He died like a dog. He died like a coward. The world is now a much safer place.
And that was true.
Epic.
Epic. Thank you, Joan. That is epic. And so now I think there's a lot going on. You have a lot of folks, quite frankly, like me, who are of the mind that, no, I don't believe that we should militarily get involved in a war. That is something that Donald Trump has been very proud of, trying to get us out of wars as opposed to getting us into wars. So the question, though, is that if Israel ends up bombing the crap out of Iran, well, then they're going to come after us. And so that is part of the news cycle this morning from Newsweek. Tehran has vowed to unleash an unprecedented response if Israel launches a military strike on its nuclear facilities, warning that such action would engulf the region in war and drag U.S. forces into the line of fire. Well, that's going to be the other part of the question. And I feel like we've been talking about this for a long time, which is, okay, so if Israel does this, how far do we go to support Israel? Do we put our men and women in harm's way? If Israel decides to, as the word goes, as the story goes, unilaterally attack Iran, then is that going to drag us into yet another war? So if Israel's going to do this, they better be able to do this by themselves, because I don't want to be involved in another war. This is what angers me so much. America, we had our frickin' boot on their damn necks when Joe Biden came in. And then Joe Biden completely ignored those sanctions that Donald Trump had put in. They were allowed to rebuild their economy, selling their oil. And we just ignored all the sanctions, which, by the way, those sanctions are still in place, from what I understand. And so when Hamas attacks Israel, funded by Iran, which was ultimately funded by Joe Biden because he allowed those sanctions to be ignored, Joe Biden is the one that made them stronger. And now, to my frustration, you've got Trump, who is negotiating with Iran as well. But, I mean, and we've been covering this, where it is, Trump is getting a little frustrated because Iran is slow-walking everything. And my opinion is they're probably hiding something. They're probably slow-walking everything because they don't really want to stop any possibility of them getting a nuclear weapon. Trump has said all along. He said last night, no, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Well, then you need to starve Iran. President Trump, you need to starve them. Not militarily, but through sanctions. And I do understand that once we start implementing those sanctions, that Iran is going to be able to still possibly sell their oil on the black market to places like China, to places like Russia. But here's the deal. You go after Iran, then you go after some of these other nations that are buying that oil. Oh, and by the way, if we do need to patrol their boats to make sure that they don't have any oil that is being sold on the black market, well, then that's what we do. That is what we should do. But I think this is one of the reasons why the relationship between Israel and President Trump has been a little strained, because Israel doesn't like that President Trump is talking to Iran. I don't like it either. I mean, it's not a deal breaker for me, but it's a deal breaker for Israel. And so now the question for us is, okay, so if Israel does this, then they are apparently going to be doing this unilaterally, not with our permission and not with our support. Well, then do we continue to support Israel with intelligence, with helping them with, militarily, the Iron Dome, those kinds of things? And I don't think that we should pull that back. But if Israel decides to do this, they better be able to continue to do this on their own. Because I don't want to be involved in another war. I don't want to be involved in another Afghanistan. I don't want to be involved in this crap. It's like every few years we end up getting involved in this. Ukraine isn't even done yet. And I don't know if that's ever going to be done. So I don't know. We'll have to see how this whole thing goes. Newsweek, again, reporting the standoff between Israel and Iran has long simmered, but a confluence of military posturing, inconclusive nuclear talks, and open threats now suggest a turning point. If Israel strikes, Iran has indicated it will retaliate not only against Israeli targets, but also U.S. bases across the region. The warning has increased the possibility of a broader regional war. Now, Joan, you were talking about how we are evacuating. Is it it's not our bases. What are we doing out there?
No, the diplomats and military families from bases, not bases. You're right, but from embassies across the Middle East. So Bahrain and Iraq.
Yeah. So if Iran struck our bases, and they struck our bases hard, and God help them if they kill some American military, that does drag us into a military conflict.
Absolutely. I mean, at that point, it's unavoidable.
Yeah. Because Trump, he's going to get good and ticked off. If they do that, Lord help them. And Israel, I believe that Israel could wipe Iran off the map, and certainly they could if we helped. But then you've got their relationship with China, you've got their relationship with Russia as well. You've got the fearsome, loathsome foursome, right? You've got North Korea, you've got Iran, you've got Russia, and you've got China. But I think that Russia obviously has their hands full with Ukraine. China, I believe, wants to stay out of all of this. So we'll have to see what happens. The other question is, why now? Joan, is there anything going on in traffic?
Let me see. Berry Hill 65 northbound at I-440. There is a crash.
All right, there's your traffic. So eliminate the traffic sounder. So there's a window that Israel has, and this is part of the conversation this morning. There's a window that Israel has because remember way back, when was it? It was months ago, where Israel attacked Iran's air defense systems. Remember all that, Joan? And so they did a lot of damage. Well, those are apparently now about to be rebuilt. So Israel may feel like they have to strike now because a lot of those air defense systems are about to go back online. And so Israel may believe that this is their time because it's going to be a lot more dangerous once all of those defense systems are back online for Iran. So they may feel like now is the time to strike. But here's the thing. Israel knows that Trump is negotiating with Iran literally right now. So if Israel decides to strike when we're in the middle of our negotiations, what message does that send to Donald Trump? I mean, what a mess. Who initially reported this, Joan? Was it NBC? I can't remember who it was.
You know, I saw it last night on Fox News, but CBS is reporting it, ABC is reporting it. You know, it's everywhere now.
The evacuation of non-essential staff at the U.S. Embassy in Iraq will send a message to Tehran that Trump will not necessarily hold Israel back from launching a threatened attack on Iran. It's about trying to get Iran to respect the president's wishes, they say. Iran has failed to meet a 2-month deadline set by Trump to reach an agreement on the country's nuclear activities, and the president is frustrated, according to various analysts. So, I don't know, for the president, he's got to be on the phone with Netanyahu right about now. And by the way, he was asked, the president was asked about Iran last night. By the way, Joan, I'm going to show my uncultured nature.
Oh, I love this.
How do you say les mis?
Les Mis. Les Miserables.
Les Miserables?
Correct.
Do you know what I would be if I had to sit through that? Les Miserable.
You'd be miserable.
Les Miserable. That's my joke. Anyway, the president was asked about Iran last night.
Yes, a question from Newsmax. Could you provide an update on Iran? We're hearing reports that U.S. personnel are being moved out of the region within striking distance.
Well, they are being moved out because it could be a dangerous place, and we'll see what happens. But they are being, we've given notice to move out, and we'll see what happens.
Is there anything that could be done to dial the temperature down in the region?
They can't have a nuclear weapon, very simply. They can't have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to allow that.
So that is President Trump, and okay, so then I would ask President Trump, okay, President Trump, then how do you confirm that they're not working on a nuclear weapon. There would have to be such complete and utter transparency. And I don't know if there is enough transparency. That's number one. Number two is, okay, well, let's say that they don't end up with a nuclear weapon. An Iran with a strong economy is still a threat to the world because, let's be honest, I mean, they do continue to fund terrorism. Aren't they still trying to assassinate the president for killing Soleimani way back when? I mean, I think that's still a thing, right? So there was that part of the conversation too. So I just waking up this morning and there is this breaking news about Israel threatening to or reportedly going to be going after Iran militarily. You just follow the path of where that goes. Israel attacks Iran. Iran then possibly, they're saying they will threaten to take out U.S. interests in the region, possibly military bases. If they manage to kill some of our military personnel, then that drags us into yet another war, and yet another probably forever war. So we'll have to see where this whole thing goes. We'll keep you updated on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Facebook. You can watch us on X. And at our website, 997WTN.com. I prefer, as you know, watch us on YouTube if you would. The question is, do you agree with Israel unilaterally striking Iran? Yes or no? And I mean, for me, I believe if that's what they want to do, then that's what they're going to do. I think that Iran, as I said in the open, does deserve to be bombed. However, that could also, again, drag us into yet another conflict, which is what we absolutely don't need. All right. That's a fun open.
Gosh, thanks for bringing the cheer.
You know what? It was either that or Gavin Newsom.
Oh, well.
I got like Iran or Gavin Newsom. I don't know what you people want from me today. I'm just kidding. You know what? Hold on. I got to, I am looking forward, Joan. I am looking forward so much.
To the weekend?
Yes.
Yeah.
But no, I am so looking forward to, I've got to find it. I have so much stuff today. Caroline Leavitt. Here we go. Caroline Leavitt. The theme of yesterday's White House press briefing was...
What a stupid question.
What a stupid question. So, did you watch that yesterday, Joan?
I didn't get to see it. Oh darn.
My
Most days I
Lord.
do.
You know
Just,
what?
What a
just for
stupid
the
question.
entertainment value of it.
Yeah.
What a stupid question.
What a stupid... That was the theme during yesterday's White House press briefing. So, maybe we'll do that at 5:35 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, now. All right, Joan, what's coming up at 5:30?
Got the latest on that plane crash in India. This morning, the flight had been headed to London. Also, white protesters surrounded a hotel in L.A. yesterday. Got those stories and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right. So, hey, Joan,
Yes.
I do still work here, right?
As far as I know,
So apparently,
did
because
your
you know
card
when
not work this morning?
no, I've been I've been locked out of the super text line,
What?
and it's like crack cocaine. I don't know what to do without it.
Let me see if
Although
I
I've
can
never been
get
on crack cocaine, just so we're clear.
Yeah, how would you know?
Allegedly.
Whatever. You know, you listen to some of the morning shows. It's hard to tell if I'm not on crack or not. But anyway, whatever. So, yeah, I don't know. I can't get on. So,
You sure you put your password in, right?
yes, Joan.
Did you turn it off and turn it on? Okay, so it's not letting me in either. So something's wrong with the,
Oh, wow.
the process. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Well, that stinks.
Well, I feel, but
Then
now I have nothing to say.
now people are going to have to go to YouTube and enter the chat room to be able to talk to us.
Oh, you know what? That's a great option.
I know.
We love the people on the on the YouTube chat. They're awesome. So,
Hold on. My text just appeared.
oh, it did. Okay,
Wait,
good.
Yeah, so try it again.
Hey, by the way, real quickly, me typing while I'm on the air never works.
Right,
But
you can't do two things at once.
nope. Do you support Israel unilaterally striking Iran? That is the YouTube poll, and 80% of folks said yes. 20% said no, and I'm kind of all over the place on this because I support Israel preemptively and proactively defending itself. I don't want America to be dragged into it. So there is that aspect as well. So anyway, go take the Daily Dan poll on YouTube on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A protest update to start us off. It is the second night of an overnight curfew in downtown LA. However, online accounts are showing a mob surrounding the DoubleTree Hotel in Whittier, Los Angeles, over rumors that National Guardsmen or DH officers were staying there. And now those protests have spread to New York City, San Francisco, Boston, and Texas, in Austin, in San Antonio as well. Now, in Spokane, Washington, an overnight curfew was issued there by that city's mayor, and a city councilman was arrested and charged for failing to disperse during a protest. An Air India plane carrying 242 people on board has crashed near an airport in western India. And the local media there has so far not said if there were any fatalities. The aircraft involved is a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. According to flight tracking site Flight Trader 24, it said that it received the last signal from that aircraft just seconds after takeoff. And at a beach in Boca Grande, Florida, a family of a 9-year-old girl says she was snorkeling in the water when she was attacked by a shark. Her mother says Leah Lendel's hand was nearly torn off. She was flown by helicopter to a Tampa hospital, and doctors there were able to reattach her hand to her wrist. Her mother says the girl, thank God, can move her fingers. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 5:32 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Clayton Homes. Now, they are right now in the middle of a big home sales event. It is going on currently. You can save up to $5,000 instantly on your home purchase at Clayton Homes. It's their Sign and Save sales event. Now, you can also save up to $2,500 on a single section home or $5,000 on a multi-section home. Now, Clayton Homes, they are changing the way homes are being built. These are affordable homes, and they cost less to live in. Just in time for summer, get a home equipped with Energy Smart features for year-round comfort and a lifetime of savings. Clayton Homes feature luxury, quality, and the style you deserve. Don't forget that great deal that is going on right now. Save $5,000 on your next home purchase with Clayton Homes and their Sign and Save sales event. You can also save $2,500 on a single section or $5,000 on a multi-section home. Visit the local Clayton Homes near you or browse their limited time deals at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. That's manufacturedhomeoffers.com. Terms and conditions for the Sign and Save sales event at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. Available only at participating Clayton Homes family of brands retailers through August 31st. Amount of savings may be limited. Ask for details. May not be available with certain financing lender restrictions apply.
Okay, so the right lane is blocked off this morning on 65 northbound at I-440 in Berry Hill. There's a stalled out car in the lane. Got to maneuver your way around it. Also, we're hearing on the super text line that Tennessee Highway Patrol is going to intermittently shut down exits 111, 114, and 117 today due to construction due to congestion because of Bonnaroo. Traffic every 10 minutes
How do you feel
every
about
morning.
that, Joan? Does that make you feel warm and fuzzy?
No.
Okay.
I learned a new way to go home yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. Did somebody help you out with that, or did you figure it out all by yourself?
No, I figured it out all by myself.
Good for you. Women in maps. I'm always concerned.
Oh, that's funny. That's really funny.
I'm totally kidding. The funny thing about that, Joan,
Yeah.
is anybody who knows me knows that I'm absolutely a train wreck driver, and I'm terrible with maps. So anyway, go right ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
sorry.
we're all done. Yeah, you can
Oh,
take it
we're
from
done.
here. Yeah,
are
we're
we?
done.
Okay, good.
I'm done with you.
It's not the first woman that I've heard that from. Anyway, moving right along. Next. All right. This computer and I, Joan, we're going to fight today.
Oh, I love
I can
it.
already tell. So, and this is a me problem. Nobody cares about this, except it's kind of relatable. But I'm trying to get onto the super text line because I love the super text line, and for whatever reason,
It doesn't want you to.
it doesn't want me to. Now I'm putting in the proper password, but you know what it's telling me? Too many attempts.
It locked you out.
Try again. Well, first it said too many attempts. Try again in 1 minute. So I stopped trying for like 4 minutes. And then I tried back again like a minute ago, and it says too many attempts. Try again in 3 minutes. Well, is it going to keep moving the goalposts on me?
Yeah, it might.
And it's totally frustrating because again, we're talking about being on crack cocaine.
Yeah,
The text line is like crack cocaine.
it is. It really is.
Because I enjoy, this is why I love and I hate this shift. I love the shift because I like being in morning drive. I like working with you and so forth. But I don't get to take as many calls as I would like. And so I like communicating on the super text line. And when it's gone, I feel like I just miss it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what are people saying? Are people on, because you have access, because, the computer obviously likes you more than me.
Yeah.
But, and then we're going to talk about what happened yesterday at the White House press briefing. But anyway, people, Iran, Israel, unilaterally attacking Iran and so forth. And people, anybody saying anything good?
So let's see. 5909 says Iran has made their intention clear against Israel and us, which is our destruction.
Yeah, they literally say
Yep.
that Israel has no right to exist.
Right. And because we're going to support them, of course, we're going to be hit as well.
Right.
That's Iranian karma cheering for Jews to bomb them. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyway, moving along.
Yeah, we got a couple of photos from the trash truck people who say good morning.
Hello, trash truck people.
Yes. Oh, somebody said check your caps lock. Maybe your caps are locked. on your computer.
Okay, so that was the original problem.
Oh, okay.
The original problem was that my caps lock was on, and that's when the computer just got angry with me and said, no more tries for you.
Gotcha.
And so now I'm just, it's like I'm on text line timeout.
It's like Facebook timeout.
I haven't been in timeout since my first marriage. Anyway, so I'm beginning to lose what brain cells I have left watching the White House press briefings. I need some audio, gents. So Caroline Leavitt, there's this headline where she was, the headline was that Caroline Leavitt, she storms out of the White House press briefing because she was asked about First Amendment, the First Amendment right to free speech and protest and all. That's not actually what happened. So the questions yesterday were incredibly stupid, so stupid that after watching it, I had to declare it Stupid Question Day on Capitol Hill.
What a stupid question.
What a stupid question. So I want you to listen to these, all right? White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said to one of the reporters, but several should have gotten that what a stupid question treatment. So I think there's a total of 4, all right? 4 questions. One was, does the president support peaceful protests? Here's that question.
The president warned that any protests on Saturday would be met with force. Can you clarify what kind of protest President Trump does support or find acceptable?
The president absolutely supports peaceful protests. He supports the First Amendment. He supports the right of Americans to make their voices heard. He does not support violence of any kind. He does not support assaulting law enforcement officers who are simply trying to do their job. It's very clear for the president what he supports and what he does not. Unfortunately for Democrats, that line has not been made clear, and they've allowed this unrest and this violence to continue, and the president has had to step in.
So, again, dumb question, but whatever. She answers the question. But here's the thing. Donald Trump has been in office in totality for like 4.5 years now, right? About 4.5 years, a little over that.
Yeah.
It's almost like these days, it's not a weekend if there's not some protest going on somewhere against Donald Trump or Pete Hegseth, Elon Musk, and so forth. So she did answer the question. People come out with signs and their chants and their slogans. That is enshrined in the Constitution, the First Amendment, right to free speech. The press secretary answered, cool, we good? Apparently not. Listen.
So if there were peaceful protests on Saturday for the military parade, President Trump would allow that?
Of course the president supports peaceful protests. What a stupid question.
Good for her.
I love that.
Yes. What a stupid question.
What a stupid question. Here's another one. You ready for the next stupid question? Here's another one.
I'm struck by the fact that the president has not at any point said the most important thing here is to protect the First Amendment rights of peaceful protesters. So I'm wondering, where in his hierarchy of interests does he place that? Is the First Amendment protection the most important? Is stopping violence most important? Why is he not out saying all peaceful protesters will be protected?
I mean,
honestly.
Is anybody talking about?
Could you tell who that was?
You know what? I don't know who they
Okay.
are, and they should have little name tags or something to so
For
we
sure.
could mock them openly. But feels like a silly question because Donald Trump, of course, is the president of the United States. He protects the Constitution. Now, this is where you got to be fair and you got to put all of this in context. This is what Donald Trump said, the president said this week about protests for the parade on Saturday. This is what Trump said.
And if there's any protester who wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest.
So he's talking about, I mean, obviously, Trump is talking about people who are going to be violent. That's what Trump is talking about. I don't believe that Donald Trump is saying that anybody carrying a sign is going to, be nuked or thrown down to the ground in handcuffs. Clearly, he meant the violent protesters. Now, words mean things, right? Words mean things. Actions mean more. And Trump has never gone after peaceful protesters, ever. Joe Biden did.
Yes.
Joe Biden did, right?
How about all the abortion protesters that ended up in prison
Yep.
for protesting quietly outside of an abortion clinic.
How about them going after parents going to school board meetings?
Yes.
Right? I mean, so Trump has been, again, now president for a total of about 4.5 years. There have always been protests. Trump has never gone after peaceful protesters. So that's not what he's doing now. But what the president said gave the media the opportunity to ask these dumb questions when, I hate to say this, but you know what he meant. But the media, they're so sort of hungry and just wanting to find anything they can nitpick the president on. And so they went on with this line of questioning. By the way, this is how Caroline Leavitt, this is how she answered that question regarding the president's hierarchy of concerns. And here's the thing. I'll give my 2 cents, then I'll let the White House press secretary answer. But nowhere has President Trump ever said people should not be allowed to protest. He's always talked about the violence at these protests. So Caroline Leavitt, this is how she answered.
I think two things can be important at the same time. And the president, as I just answered, supports the right of Americans to peacefully protest. He supports the First Amendment. But that is not the majority behavior that we have seen taking place in Los Angeles. We have seen mobs of violent rioters and agitators assaulting law enforcement officers, assaulting our federal immigration authorities. And we have seen, as I said, this goes back to what this administration is trying to do and accomplish, and that's enforcing law and order in our nation's communities. And it's removing public safety threats from communities in Los Angeles.
Now, I also feel, Joan, like this is low-hanging fruit at this point.
Yeah.
But this is the same media that ignored Joe Biden's mumbling and rambling and incoherence for the better part of 4 years. Suddenly, they're interested in ensuring that Donald Trump phrases everything to their approval.
This is similar to, and I've told this story before, about when President Trump had an NFL championship team into the White House during his first term, and he said that there were hamburgers a mile high. And 3 Politico reporters put themselves in charge of figuring out exactly how many hamburgers that would be to go a mile high. And did President Trump really tell the truth when he said that statement? I mean, they take everything that he says literally and they parse his words. They've never done that with anybody before. And as you just said, they didn't do it with Biden.
Another question for Caroline Leavitt. Dumbest statement ever. That Trump took action against L.A. riots to distract from the feud with Elon Musk. Listen to this.
Everything sort of we've seen so far with the president's response to the LA protests. There is criticism that seems to suggest that the president responded the way he did because it was a deliberate, calculated attempt to sort of shift focus away from his feud with Musk. How would you respond to that?
I mean, that is
I hope she called her out. I hope she did.
I mean, well,
what a stupid question.
She didn't get that treatment, but this is what the answer was. And actually, it's a really good answer by Caroline Leavitt.
The president responded to the LA riots, condemning the violence
from Musk.
It's an incredibly disingenuous attack. The president saw images of Border Patrol and ICE agents being hailed with rocks and Molotov cocktails. He saw vehicles being burned to the ground with illegal aliens flying foreign flags, and that's what prompted the president to have this response that has clearly worked, because last night in Los Angeles, you didn't see many of those images. And I would add the governor and the mayor need to actually do more. I know Gavin Newsom had a big address to the nation last night. I guess he thought that's what it was for maybe his future political ambitions, but he spoke a lot of words. We haven't seen action. California has been a mess for years because of the incompetence of Gavin Newsom, so the president was responding to that only.
All right, so, she did call it disingenuous, which is good. Believe it or not, Joan, there's one more.
Please.
There's one more.
Entertain us.
Here we go.
It's also being titled No King's Day. Does the president see himself as a king?
Oh, my gosh. Well, who are these people?
Does the president see himself as a king?
I mean, come on.
What a stupid question.
What a stupid question.
Did she get that treatment?
She didn't, actually, which is so dumb. And I actually spent a little bit of time this morning trying to figure out Which was the dumbest question? Was it, is President Trump, does he consider himself a king, or did he send in the National Guard and the Marines as a way to distract from the Elon Musk-Trump feud? Oh, my Lord. Or, what is on his hierarchy of priorities, the First Amendment or trying to, keep the peace in Los Angeles? I mean, these are all just epically dumb questions.
Yep.
Which one? Do you have an opinion, Joe? Well, let me play.
Yeah, what's the response?
I'm going to play her response, and then I got to try and figure out which is the dumbest question. This is her answer. This is Caroline Levitt's answer.
The president views himself as the president of the United States of America. This is a constitutional republic, and we want to see all of our citizens be proud of the country in which they are given the privilege and the blessing to live.
So there you go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
She nails it.
She does. But the funny thing is that the headline, just to take this whole thing for full circle, the headline was that she stormed out of the White House press briefing after being confronted about President Trump and his, basically abolishing the First Amendment in Los Angeles, in California, which, number one, she didn't storm out. Number two, if she did storm out, well, it's because she was asked these really dumb questions.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, who are these people? I think to me, the one that the dumbest probably is, to me, boy, it's between Trump sending the National Guard and the Marines in was a distraction, or does President Trump believe that he's a king?
That's the one I think is the dumbest question.
The one about Trump being a king?
Does the president see himself as a king?
All right,
yes.
So you think that's the dumbest?
Yes.
I don't know. It's
The
close.
premise of that is so stupid. Who's calling him a king? President Trump's not saying it.
Do you know who's calling him a king? The media.
Yes.
They're always doing that stuff. Yep. Almost did it.
Whoopsie.
Almost did it. I think it's the lack of a super text line that my guard is now down.
Oh, I see.
So I've got to figure out how to.
Keith says, well, at least he knows he's not a queen.
You know what? If President Trump identified as a queen, the media and the left would love him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Follow the, yeah. There you go. Well, he did go
Agreed.
see Les Miserables last night.
You said that very well.
I did. Well, I've been practicing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Les Miserables? Les Mis? You ever seen that? Are you cultured enough?
I did see it with my French class back in like the 10th grade or something.
Is it any good?
Yeah, it was.
I hope it's better than the Nutcracker.
The Nutcracker.
Yeah. You know, that's
well,
that's
they're kind of different
play
things.
that stars Hillary Clinton.
Oh.
The Nutcracker is what it.
Well done, Dan. That one made me laugh. That made me laugh.
There you go. 1 out of like 1,000.
Yeah.
Amy keeps telling me, man, it's like a daily mantra. Stop telling jokes. Just stop it. Anyway, Joan Jones has the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, we'll take a look at the U.S. government evacuating some installations around the world and Iran's role in that. Also, we'll take a look at a guy who robbed a McDonald's in Franklin yesterday and the weird thing he was wearing when he did it. That's coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here from Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, it is the easiest way to sell your home. You can save time, make the most money, and eliminate all that hassle if you're selling your home this summer. Now, listen, when I'm talking to people who need to get out of their homes, I do recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to my friends and my family here in Middle Tennessee. Why? Well, a number of different reasons, but number one, their guaranteed offer. Now, that means the Mark Spain guaranteed offer, that means that you are going to be able to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Mark Spain Real Estate, based on that guaranteed offer, was ranked on the Inc. 5000 list of the fastest growing companies in the U.S. for now the 8th year in a row. They respond fast, and they are one of the most experienced real estate teams in Nashville and America. They sell more than 37 homes per day, making them, again, the most experienced real estate team in the country. 855-299-SOLD. They've got over 67,000 satisfied clients. 855-299-SOLD. As always, tell them Dan told you to reach out. MarkSpain.com is the website. Get your guaranteed offer today. There's no obligation. MarkSpain.com and start packing. .559 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Well, we have some good news from the studio. They have now allowed me back on the super text line, so that's number one.
Oh, darn.
Number two, lots of folks taking the Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe. Do you support Israel unilaterally striking Iran? 79% of you say yes. More on that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
morning, 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're looking at cloudy skies right now. It's 69 degrees. There's a slight chance of thunderstorms. Stick around. Stefano's got the forecast right after the news. The U.S. government evacuating some Middle East, some diplomats and military families from the Middle East because of rising tensions with Iran and threats of an attack on U.S. bases. Here's ABC's Perry Russum with more.
This comes after Iran earlier this week threatened to target all U.S. bases in the region if negotiations over its nuclear weapons program fail to reach a deal. Those talks between the U.S. and Iran resume on Sunday in Oman.
Preparations are ongoing for that big military parade taking place in D.C. on Saturday. ABC's Victor Okendo with that.
The entire area around the White House has been completely transformed. From above, we can see the nearly 20 miles of fencing leading right up to where President Trump will be on Saturday. Authorities tell me this will be the safest place in the world.
And by the way, this is not just a parade. There will be concerts, fireworks, NFL players, and fitness competitions, too. And in the finale, the Army's Golden Knights parachute team jumps over the White House, lands near the president, and presents him with a folded flag. Closer to home, the Metro Council has approved a capital projects budget, which includes a proposal to turn the old middle school in Joelton into a new police precinct.
People we talked with think it's a good idea.
Well, I think it would be good. More room for the guys to practice and to have their training and police work.
A proposal to build a police precinct in Bellevue is also included in the capital improvements budget. But it's important to note this is just a planning document for what could be built in the future. Most of the money in the mayor's $500 million capital improvements budget proposal is based around investments in transit and schools.
That's Channel 4's Brendan Tierney reporting. Franklin police are searching for a man who robbed a McDonald's last night on Galleria Boulevard. Just before 8:30, the suspect was described as being a heavy-set man who was wearing a head covering and draped a blanket across his shoulders with WWE wrestler logos on it. He left the scene in a white Kia Soul with duct tape over the license plate. Call police if you have any idea who this guy is. Remember when President Trump announced the coming gold card, which would offer a pathway for citizenship for $5 million?
Wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people.
Well, it's here. The wait list is now open. Foreigners can sign up and then wait for the administration to respond to them. President Trump said there will be a vetting process and then likely a period of years before investors can receive their full U.S. citizenship. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures this morning on the low side. The Dow futures down 271. NASDAQ futures down 74. S&P futures are minus 26. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, this is a busy morning. In Berry Hill, 65 northbound side, there is a stalled out vehicle in the right lane at I-440. Careful around that. There's a crash on Murfreesboro Pike, just east of Old Murfreesboro Pike. It's a crash involving injuries. It's in the parking lot, by the way, of the Shell. Also, a crash in Avondale, West Trinity Lane, east of I-65. And you've got closures on 24, the eastbound lanes, exits 111 through 117. They'll be diverting traffic off or closing those exits depending on how much congestion there is for the Bonnaroo Music Festival today. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. So, Joan, do we know, was there a lot of violence last night in California? I know it was the second night of the lockdowns, if you will, the curfew.
The curfew, yeah. It appears that the curfew is working. Okay. The curfew is in a 1 square mile area of downtown LA, which, by the way, is the area where you'll find the federal buildings. So, yeah, that's the area that they've decided to, have the curfew in. Mm-hmm. It seems to have worked. And that just tells me that if Karen Bass just did that initially,
right,
we wouldn't be here.
It's not that hard. It is not that difficult to figure out, man.
There wouldn't be Marines in her town.
Well,
she just did this right away.
Oh, Joan, don't you know that the National Guard and the Marines, don't you know that they provoked this whole thing?
Right. And so did Donald Trump.
And so did Donald Trump.
Yeah.
It was all provoked. They're just, great, innocent, people out there in Los Angeles throwing rocks at police officers and law enforcement, burning cop cars and the like. So looting, of course, the stores. None of that would have happened if it wasn't for Donald Trump.
The ABC News website has a little feature that runs like a little video. And the video says, timeline, how ICE raids sparked Los Angeles protests.
So dumb.
Yeah. I mean,
I can't even believe they're going with that.
Yeah. It seems so disingenuous, like a lot in the media. Crazy.
Jon Voight, the actor?
Yes.
He got into, do you understand that joke, by the way, Joan? Jon Voight, the actor?
No.
Okay. So you were not a Seinfeld fan?
Oh, I was, but not, I wasn't an overwhelming fan like a lot of people are.
Used to be when people would say Jon Voight, you'd say the actor. So they made a bit out of that on Seinfeld. So anyway, Jon Voight, the actor. He got into the action this week with a message for Gavin Newsom.
You're a fool. Blaming Trump.
I love this. So I guess John, who is, very much of a conservative, very much of a supporter of Donald Trump, he lives in Beverly Hills. And he has long been, again, a supporter of Donald Trump, very conservative, very MAGA. His daughter, by the way, is, I guess, Angelina Jolie.
Yes.
And so they've had some very public battles over politics. But clearly, Jon Voight is really sick of Governor Gavin Newsom.
What are you doing for this destruction of these animals destroying Los Angeles? Are you there, talking calmly with them, you fool? They would burn you down like they're burning the cars and the American flag with no regard for humanity. This is not about Trump. This is about protecting the people from these animals and criminals trying to destroy us. And our police force, are they supposed to stand there, let rocks hit them and kill them? Who's going to save them? You?
No, clearly not. Gavin Newsom and the Democrats, of course, they're still blaming Donald Trump. I was watching Fox News, I think it was yesterday, and there's old Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, and I only had to see the one sentence, hear the one sentence, that Donald Trump provoked all of this violence. It is so insane.
So the one thing, I've mentioned before about how, and I think we all see it, how the media gets their talking points probably from someone in the Democratic circles or Democrat circles. And I've noticed, have you noticed this pattern? There's a pattern of Karen Bass has said it, and I've seen a couple of other people say this, that what President Trump is doing is he's doing like a practice run to see just how far he can go, how far he can push a city to take it over.
Which I don't even understand that. Okay, so this is a test run. Sure, you're right, Joan. She said that. This is a test run to see how far Donald Trump can go to take over a city. Can I ask a question? Why would Donald Trump want the crap hole that is Los Angeles? Why would he want that?
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah, he's pretty comfy in his nice little space in Florida,
yeah, he's got things to do. He doesn't need to try to take over By the way, he is the president.
Yeah.
So,
he just tricked out the White House in gold. So,
It's exactly right.
I don't think he cares about your little L.A.
No. He wants to make America great again. And, of course, that does include L.A. Part of making sure that America is great again is also making sure that our once great cities try to once again become great, whether it's L.A., whether it is Portland, whether it's San Francisco, Chicago, you name the crap hole city, Philadelphia, you name the crap hole city, and Trump wants to make them great again.
Yeah.
He does. But that doesn't mean that the man wants to take it over militarily. What it means is Donald Trump, he is looking, like all of us. We look and we see what the problems are in America. And you can tell right away that illegal immigration and the bad guys that have been coming across our southern border, that's a big problem. We've seen the Rachel Marins that have been murdered by illegal aliens. The Laken Rileys murdered by illegal aliens. This is not hard. And so you've got Gavin Newsom now, as I'm playing audio from John Voight, who put out a video, and he's just slamming, as he should, by the way, Gavin Newsom, the governor who tried to he filed lawsuits to try and keep the National Guard and the Marines out. Gavin Newsom clearly wants the riots to continue. He somehow, and the Democrats, I don't know how this is, but the Democrats somehow believe that these riots are going to help them politically. I don't believe that they will, but that's what the Democrats are hoping for.
President Trump called in the National Guard and the Marines to help with these destructive, barbaric riots. All you do is cause chaos for the people. You're a disgrace. You're nothing but a lying dog for the hopes of becoming the president one day. And God is my witness, truth will prevail because of your faults and your incompetence for California's failures.
He called him a lying dog.
That's some serious stuff.
Well, especially coming from John Voight, the actor. But just think about this, right? These are just the latest failures in California under the helm of Gavin Newsom. You had the fires, right? That was months ago. You had the perpetual homelessness that has skyrocketed. Businesses and people continued to bolt. Hundreds of businesses, thousands of people leaving the state of California. High taxes, massive regulation, terrible schools under Gavin Newsom's watch. And so now we have the riots as well. Quite the impressive resume for Gavin Newsom. But I would say, and I don't know if you feel this way, Joan, I don't believe that all hope is lost.
And evil will lose because our President of the United States of America was sworn in to protect this nation's greatest gifts: freedom, safety, prosperity. And he will, because he is the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln. And we, the people, stand with this nation's honor and respect and with the President of the United States of America. Donald J. Trump.
So he was also kind of very dramatic about the whole thing.
Hey, he's an actor.
He is an actor. And you know what? I love when he said,
"You're a fool blaming Trump."
There you go.
Wow.
You know, it's interesting. You sent me an article that I completely missed this morning. So I want to talk about it coming up next, where the media, NBC News, has finally realized that this is the headline to the story. Some far left groups have encouraged peaceful protests to turn violent. Nuh-uh. Whole big story the other day, and we've been talking about George Soros literally for years, and we'll talk about that part of the story coming up next. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. At 6:17, as far as your weather for today, high of 91 and partly cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. So NBC News has this headline: some far-left groups have encouraged peaceful protests to turn violent, experts say. And this was on June 12th, which is that this morning? Yeah, that's this
today.
morning.
Yeah.
So, Joan, how long has this been going on? About a week now?
I would say since the first day that President Trump came down the escalator.
Yes.
But
yes.
Yes.
The recent
today would be,
wave.
what, 7 days?
7 days.
Yeah.
So we've all been saying that these groups are funding these riots. We've all been saying it. I mean, I've been naming, and I don't have it in my storyline today because, frankly, I've done it for the last 2 days. I don't feel the need to do it every single day. But there are these organizations. And I actually find me on X at Dan Manda Show. I posted another story implicating one George Soros and his billions of dollars. And he puts them to what he considers to be good use, which is funding riots around the country. So this is the story from NBC News. It was approaching nightfall in Los Angeles on Sunday when black-clad demonstrators began to torch a row of self-driving Waymo taxis. Within minutes, videos of the fiery scenes began to pop up on social media. More, and more, and more. One group known as Unity of Fields posted on X along with a video of the flaming vehicles. They say the post wasn't an anomaly. Since the start of the demonstrations against immigration raids in Los Angeles, the Unity of Fields X account has been pumping out messages urging people to wreak havoc in the streets and give them hell. So we've all been talking about these organizations, these NGOs, where they are literally funded by your taxpayer dollars, and they get that money through grants, and then they, of course, fund all of this chaos that we're seeing in Los Angeles. I think now you're reporting, we were talking earlier, it's now spread to places like New York and Austin and other towns as well. And so I love what they say, though. It's part of a far-left online ecosystem that has proliferated in recent years, experts say. Some of the groups behind the accounts express contempt for peaceful resistance and glorify acts of violence and even murders like those of the United Healthcare CEO and 2 Israeli embassy staffers, and on it goes. And we've been talking about how, okay, so let's talk about the riots in Los Angeles and how that is about trying to arrest bad guys. Ultimately, it comes down to illegal immigration. But you see these same people out there, praising Hamas and going after Israel and saying that Israel has no right to exist. It's the same people with the Black Lives Matter riots as well. What they're ultimately trying to do is they're trying to destabilize America. And in the news today, and I talked about this in the very first segment, in the news today, a very big news story where you've got Israel that is threatening to bomb Iran. Iran is saying, well, okay, so if Israel bombs us, Iran, then we're going to try to take out American interests in the region. Well, may I just add to my monologue in the 5 o'clock hour, has anybody ever thought about, and you probably have, what kind of sleeper cells are in this country that are pro-Iran, pro-militant Iran,
Do you
Joan?
think that any of them may have entered while the border was wide open for the past 4 years?
Joan, that might be a possibility.
Could be a little problem.
I think in maybe about a year, NBC News will come up with a story about just that. Even though we've been talking about it for literally like 4 years. So
guess what we've discovered?
Yeah. Breaking news, Joan.
Yes.
All right. It's 6:22 on WTN. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 6:30.
Yeah, pretty sad story out of India this morning where a Boeing aircraft has crashed in a residential area. And it does not appear that there are any survivors here. We've got the latest on this from ABC News coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.22 on Nashville's Morning News. You know, I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company, and they've helped me several times with my home. And that is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Again, you got problems with waterproofing, concrete leveling, foundation repair, United Structural Systems, this is your go-to company. Now, I am one of 30,000 satisfied customers. They are not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you're a satisfied customer. They can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, foundation repair as well. Just go to their website, ussTN.com. There is a full, massively long list of all of the things that they can help you with as you continue to maintain one of your biggest investments, your home. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. .625 on Nashville's Morning News. Listen, business owners, if your flooring in your business, frankly, looks terrible, well, if a customer comes in, they might believe that that is a reflection of your business and of the customer service that you provide. Don't let that happen to you. my friends at Specialty Coatings, they can help. Now, they specialize in concrete floor polishing and, of course, floor coatings as well. They've been doing it for 30 years, and you've probably walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coating across Tennessee. They've done all the major sports stadiums, the arenas, the convention centers as well. You know that just last year, Specialty Coatings in Nashville, they installed over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across the state of Tennessee. Now, those buildings include manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and a lot more. Now, Specialty Coatings isn't some fly-by-night company. They have been here for a long time. They've got the equipment, they've got the skilled installers, so your job is going to be on time and on budget. So listen, again, business owners, no matter how bad your floor looks, Specialty Coatings can fix it. And each project is customized to your building and your business needs. 615-591-9491, 615-591-9491. You can email them, sales@specialtycoat.com, and that website, specialtycoat.com. .628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Watch us on YouTube. I mean, you can really watch us anywhere. You can't really miss us if you're anywhere online. But watch us on YouTube, Facebook, 997WTN.com, X as well. I prefer you watch on YouTube. Take the Daily Dan poll today. The Daily Dan poll is, do you agree with Israel unilaterally striking Iran? Big, big news story today. 80% of you right now say yes, you agree that Israel should unilaterally strike Iran, or at the very least, you would support it. Also, don't forget, June 17th, that's going to be on a Tuesday, we're having yet another station event. Can't wait. Kings Bowl in Cool Springs. Again, that's June 17th, Tuesday. I'll be there. Murphy Show's going to be there. Also, Chad Benson will be there, Chris Hand as well. The four of us, and hopefully we're hoping that Joan will be there as well. And it is going to be our mid-year review. It is free. Come on out, get some food, and break some bread, and we'll have a great time. Details at 997WTN.com.
Good morning, 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. An Air India flight on its way to the UK has crashed in a residential area of Western India. We're told that 242 passengers and crew members were on board. ABC News' James Longman reports.
This looks like an enormous tragedy, likely one of the worst aviation disasters in Indian history. 242 passengers and crew were on board this Air India flight when it crashed in a huge explosion earlier this morning. You can see the plane in videos that are online slowly descending before briefly disappearing behind some buildings, and then moments later you see a massive fireball erupting into the sky.
And the plane apparently apparently crashed just after takeoff. Of those on board, Air India says there are 169 Indian nationals, 53 British, 7 Portuguese, and 1 Canadian. No Americans were on board. When Kilmar Abrego Garcia appears in a federal court in Nashville tomorrow, Magistrate Judge Barbara Holmes will decide if the U.S. government is entitled to a detention hearing. His attorneys argue against it. The Department of Justice will argue that Abrego Garcia could be motivated to flee if convicted due to a high chance of deportation to El Salvador. Now, the DOJ said that he and his conspirators worked to bring undocumented immigrants into the U.S., including minors, from around 2016 until this year. He's also been accused of trafficking narcotics, abusing women, and has been associated with child sexual abuse. And Costco shoppers who hate the crowds have a new option. For executive members who pay $130 annually, they'll be able to shop for 30 minutes to an hour earlier than the general public. Right now, most stores open at 9:30, so the doors will be open to executive members at about 9 o'clock or maybe 8:30, depending on the store. This program is already being test piloted at some locations in Michigan. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Joan, Dan Mandis here, and I got to tell you that storms in Middle Tennessee, they can hit anytime, any place, and you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. You ever been out of power for a long time? Let me tell you, it is not fun. But when the power goes out in your neighborhood, your power at your home will be on when you get that backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation and 24-hour monitoring. They're not going to leave you in the dark when financing is available. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. You can find them online anytime, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com.
Got some injuries involved in a crash. This is at 30th Avenue South at Vanderbilt Place this morning. Careful in that area. Also out at the airport, 40 eastbound at International Airport, exit 216A. The right lane is blocked off by a crash. Clarksville Pike, look for a crash in Marrowbone. This is at Dry Fork Road. And then one more crash, West Trinity Lane, east of I-65. That one causing some delays. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:35 in Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Vision for Life. Now, Dan Mandis here. I want to talk to you about something that is truly life-changing, vision correction surgery at Vision for Life. Now, you know that I used to wear glasses, wore them since high school, and I never thought that I would really have the courage to get vision correction. But couple of months ago, I did my research, and I decided I was going to go to Dr. Jeff Horn and the folks at Vision for Life, because they do great work. And as far as Nashville goes, really, and the nation, they are definitely one of the tops in vision correction surgery. Now, like a lot of you folks, I thought all vision surgeries were the same. I believed everything was just LASIK. But after doing my research, I did learn that Vision for Life offers a variety of advanced procedures tailored to each patient's unique needs. Now, Dr. Horn doesn't just restore your vision, he restores your confidence and your freedom. Freedom from glasses and contacts and those pesky struggles like driving at night or reading the small print. You know what happened on vacation, Joan? I don't know if she's back there. You know what? First time ever.
Yeah.
I was on vacation. I jumped into a swimming pool and I could actually see.
And you didn't have your glasses on, forgetting to take them off.
Right.
You lose them in the pool. Yeah.
Right. I first time ever I was able to, well, since high school, that I was actually able to see in a swimming pool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's like a non-medical office victory, if you will. So check him out, Vision for Life. It's a 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com. .637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. There is a lot going on. I'm only going to touch on this, Joan, but everybody and their mother is sending me this story, so I think I should probably cover it, I guess.
Oh, what is it?
Did you hear what happened to Rand Paul?
No.
So I guess there's a big White House, well, you should know. There's a big White House picnic that happens every year.
Okay, yeah.
And Rand Paul has now been uninvited to the White House picnic.
Over his opposition?
Over his opposition to the
bill?
To the bill. But what's weird is, according to Rand Paul, is that like Democrats are allowed to go. He is like the one guy, apparently, he says, that is not being allowed to go. Listen to this. This was yesterday.
I've just come from my office, and it's kind of a great time of the year in the summer. My family comes up. My son and daughter-in-law and grandson are coming up because we were going to the White House picnic, but I've just been told that I've been uninvited from the picnic. I think I'm the first senator in the history of the United States to be uninvited to the White House picnic. The White House is owned by the taxpayers. We all are members of it. Every Democrat will be invited. Every Republican will be invited, but I will be the only one disallowed to come on the grounds of the White House. I just find this incredibly petty. I mean, I have been, I think, nothing but polite to the president. I have been a intellectual opponent, a public policy opponent, and he's chosen now to uninvite me from the picnic and to say my grandson can't come to the picnic. I just the level of immaturity is beyond words.
You know, I actually agree with him. But here's the deal. That's the story. There has to be something more. There's got to be something more than just, there's got to be more to this story. I can't imagine that Trump would say, Rand Paul can't come. I find that hard to believe. Now, maybe some people in his administration, but Rand Paul, and just so you know, I'm a big Rand Paul fan. Rand Paul, he has done battle with people like, for example, Dr. Anthony Fauci. He was one of the first to go after Anthony Fauci on the funding of COVID. Remember that whole story? And so I find this hard to believe. Now, of course, the story behind all of this is that he is a Republican and he is opposing the, air quoting, big, beautiful bill. And so it seems to make sense. I mean, nobody expects the Democrats to support the big, beautiful bill, right? So everybody knows that. So I suppose the thinking is let him come to the picnic. But Rand Paul is expected, and I'm just going down this line of thinking, Rand Paul is expected, because he is a Republican, to support the bill. And if he doesn't support the bill, then No party for you. No picnic for you. It does sound petty. I'm going to tell, and you folks know, I like Donald Trump. I like, most of the people in his administration. If this is true, and I don't know if it's true, but if this is true, once again, I would agree with Rand Paul that this does feel kind of petty.
I've been here long enough that if anybody has ever followed me, I've been a critic of Obama. I've been a critic of Biden. I've been a critic of the previous Trump, but always in I think, a reasonable.
If nerve damage.
Yeah, very.
Wow.
That's what happens when you play it right off the internet.
Yeah.
But that's what happens when.
So I just looked up. I asked Grok.
Yes.
Because, Grok is my new friend.
Yes.
And Grok says that the White House didn't respond to requests for comment. It's unclear if Trump himself or a staffer made the decision. So it may not be President Trump that did this.
What I say, I don't think it was Trump.
I don't see it as being something. I mean, if he's been so measured and so contained in this second administration that this doesn't seem like something he would aspire to do.
I don't think so either. Here's more from Rand Paul.
Fashion along policy, and so they've decided they want to declare war on my family and exclude us from the White House. And I just think it's incredibly petty, and I hope someone will ask them some questions about how they've decided to sink to this step.
I don't know. I don't see Trump doing this. I don't. Now, I've been disappointed before with politicians, but I don't know. Maybe should we do that as our, KGB, let's do a new poll. You want to do a new poll? Because clearly the poll right now is, do you agree with Israel unilaterally striking Iran? And it's pretty clear that that's going to be an 80-20 issue. 80% of you say, yes, Israel should unilaterally strike Iran. And 20% of you say, no, they should not. Let's do it. You want to do a new poll, Joan?
Sure.
So what should the new poll question be? Do you believe that it was Donald Trump who ordered Rand Paul not to be invited to the White House picnic? Because I think that most of us would say, like 99% of us would say, Rand Paul, despite his opposition to the big, beautiful bill, should still be allowed to go to the picnic.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nobody out there that it would say, well, if he's not in support of the bill, then he's not going to be allowed to go to the picnic. I don't think anybody would actually say that. So what I want to know is, do you think that was actually, I don't believe that it was actually Trump. I believe that what's going to happen is they're going to figure out that this was somebody who had a problem with Rand Paul, and somebody decided to disinvite him to the White House picnic. I think that Donald Trump has a lot going on. And I just don't think that I don't even think Trump has time to be that petty. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. There's just so many other things on his plate.
Right. So I don't know. What do you think? I don't believe it was Trump myself. And listen, if it turned out that it was Trump, then I was wrong.
So the official poll is, do you think Trump uninvited Rand Paul, yes or no? And we'll see what the people say.
I guess. I would rather you phrase it in such a way where, do you believe it was Donald Trump himself who disinvited Rand Paul? That's what I want to know. There you go.
We have a character limit. That's the problem. We can only put like an X number of words.
You can skip Trump. You can skip the word Donald because everybody knows who we're talking about.
It's exactly right. I mean, logistics can be worked out. And how dare you say that I have a character problem? Moving right along. 6:45.
He's just calling you out for what it is.
I'm just whatever. You just try to make it work. 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather for today, a high of 91, partly cloudy. Right now, 60. You said 66 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So people understood my joke. No picnic for Rand Paul. Seinfeld reference, 7273. Thank you. I'm reading the super text line, and a lot of people saying 7370 says, DJT did not do it, and whomever did needs to be fired. Yeah, another one. 1998 says, I stand with Rand on this one. It is shameful. Okay, so a lot of people saying they believe Rand Paul.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I do too.
I think if this makes it up to the Susie Wiles level, it'll be rescinded.
And you know what? I love that. And I will say this, because I play audio for, I've been a fan of Rand Paul for years. And I think that for the Kentucky senator, he has always been measured. He has always been respectful. So I don't know. To me, it just does feel like that is a BS move. By the way, CNN is reporting on this as well. The actors boycott, real quick, with Les Mis, right?
Les Mis.
So we had about 10 actors decide that they were not going to actually perform because Donald Trump went to the Kennedy Center last night. They asked the president about that as he arrived.
It's been reported that some actors may be boycotting tonight.
I couldn't care less, honestly. All I do is run the country well.
The best part of that was when Trump said, I couldn't care less, Melania started laughing. She knows exactly how the president feels. Like, yeah, right.
It's been reported that some actors may be boycotting tonight.
I couldn't care less, honestly. All I do is run the country well. The economic numbers, you saw them today, they're setting records. We took $88 billion in tariffs in 2 months, far beyond what anybody expected. There's no inflation. People are happy. People are wealthy. The country's getting back to strength again. That's what I care about. And we're going to have a safe country. We're not going to have what would have happened in Los Angeles. Remember, if I wasn't there, if I didn't act quickly on that, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground right now.
So there you go. So President Trump from the red carpet, he was asked, by the way, some other questions. He was asked about Iran. We'll be talking about that in the 7 o'clock hour. You know, it's also interesting, Joan, we were talking about the media and how the media is oftentimes so incredibly disingenuous and disrespectful in how they report on anything and everything related to Donald Trump. So I saw the headline where Trump arrives at the Kennedy Center, and the headline was, there was massive booing going on when Trump walked into the Kennedy Center. Have you heard this?
I have, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to play it. I'm not hearing, air quote, massive booing. I'm hearing some booing, but I'm also hearing a lot of cheering. But I wouldn't call this massive booing. Listen. So there's a lot of cheering. There's some booing as well. It's a lot easier to boo, by the way, than it is to cheer. So there you go. And he walks in. I love it. He actually waves to everybody, including the booers. So anyway, what were you saying?
Did you know that in the crowd there were...
Wait.
There you go.
There you go. So there you go. So everybody got it out of their system early, and then everybody, I guess, apparently enjoyed Les Mis.
Yeah. There were some trannies in the crowd, dressed up.
They were okay.
You know, because that was what he wanted to stop those shows from happening, which is why he asserted himself into that. The Kennedy Center, the board is appointed by President Trump.
Right.
And so,
yeah,
they had
a tranny show at the Kennedy Center.
They were doing drag shows all the time.
Yeah, and Trump was like, why are we paying for this?
Yes.
And so he stopped it, and I think appropriately so, because he wants to have actual art or, plays, that are respectful, that people could enjoy. And no, the American people should not be funding these drag shows. Now, it makes all the sense in the world, of course, that they would show up in the theater. So, how many were there, and did anybody really care?
I really don't know, but I just thought it was pretty funny that that's where they had to show themselves because, by gosh, they couldn't be on the stage.
Well, they go right on ahead. If that's what they want to do, then they can go right on ahead. And I hope that, they had a good time, just like Donald Trump. Les Miserables. I still like Les Miserables better than Les Mis. What is that even about? Do you even know?
Yeah, it's let's see, a school. It's young children.
Okay.
And the one is a thief, I think, and there is a terrible police officer, I think, who wants to arrest him and put him in jail. But they're young and they have no money. You know, they're like all kids who are young and have no money.
You lost me like 20
Yeah,
seconds ago.
I know.
This is why I don't go to musicals.
Right.
By the way, comments on X.
It's been a long time.
The musical is about jailing the poor,
yes,
abusing power, and overthrowing tyrants. Donald Trump's not the hero. He's literally the corrupt regime they rise up to destroy, right? So that's what people are saying.
Of course.
Donald Trump is Javert with worse hair, no self-actualization, and zero conviction. I think Donald Trump has a lot of conviction, as a matter of fact. But these are, knuckleheads on X. Another one. The irony. Trump is going to Les Mis, a story about individuals suffering under a system that places law above justice, where authority is harsh, unequal, and morally bankrupt, especially for the poor. So that's what's going on X. I think that half the time Trump wakes up in the morning and he's like, how can I troll them today? I know, I'll go to the Kennedy Center. It's 6:52, and Joan has the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, we've been following this plane crash in western India this morning. We'll have an update, a status report on that crash and what's happening there on the ground. And more protests and more raids spreading across more cities in the U.S. All of that coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Oh, my gosh, Joan. You've got to
What
look
is
at the
it?
super text line. Okay. 82, real quick, 8280. I'm sorry, but this is the worst description of a Broadway musical ever. Les Mis is actually a really cool play with fantastic music, but you guys have butchered this. Well, I want to make sure that everyone knows I'm not the one that was describing it. It was Joan.
It was all me. Yes, the music is wonderful. It's the storyline. It's kind of forgettable, but whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Makes me not want to go see it, to be honest. Anyway, I got to go. I'm sorry. 6:53, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for Les Mis. No, actually, Dan here for Window Nation. Hot weather is here, and we've got a great savings for new windows from my window company, Window Nation. You want to save money on windows? Call my friends at Window Nation, 866-90Nation. They're in the middle of their semi-annual sale going on right now. And that means you can buy 4 windows, get 4 free. And you buy a whole house full of windows, and you get a free entry door. Now, you can save on the purchase and the install, and you save for years to come. Because Window Nation windows, they are energy efficient. As a matter of fact, they have some of the best insulated windows on the market, and their prices are a lot better than the expensive guys. And by the way, Window Nation, they've got a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 45,000 5-star reviews. Now, don't forget that great deal. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. You buy a whole house full of windows, you get that free entry door. Call them at 866-90Nation, windownation.com. $6.55 on WTN. Zentex. If you've got a bathtub that needs some work, this is the company to call. I've been telling you about my upstairs bathtub. It actually has holes in it. it is really ugly and it does need a lot of work, and that's why I'm friends with Zintex. If you've got a bathtub that needs some help, Zintex, they have been around since 2001, and yes, they are here to help you. They can remodel your shower, your bathtub, even convert your bathtub into a walk-in shower. Now, these types of home improvements, they can increase the value of your home, and Zintex can have it wrapped up in a day. Now, Zintex is an award-winning company that offers limited lifetime warranties on both their products and their installation. So you can make your bathroom safer with a walk-in shower, complete with grab bars and a bench seat for the older folks. Now, this is a great way to help the older people in your life who need that assist and that support. So fix, remodel, or convert that bathtub into a shower today with Zintex. 629-258-7747. Great deal going on right now. You mentioned WTN. You get $1,750 off or no interest for 24 months, whichever works best for you. And also, no payments for 2 years. Zintex.com, Zintex, Zintex.com. $6:59 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, 1303. Dan, I think just like you do, Rand Paul is a great American. This will hurt Donald Trump, 1303 says. Libertarians are a different breed. I support Trump, but gave away my book and my bobblehead when he dissed Rand Paul, and that's what 1303 says. And I get what he's saying, as a matter of fact. Now, coming up, really glad I was able to, at the last minute, book Stephen Bucci, foreign policy military analyst for the Heritage Foundation. We are going to talk Iran and Israel. Huge, huge news today. We'll break it all down with Stephen Bucci. Is Israel about to unilaterally strike Iran? and how that impacts America. It's all straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are following a breaking story, a Boeing Dreamliner plane that has crashed in western India.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Sherry Preston. Combing through the wreckage in northwest India, rescue teams on the scene of an Air India plane crash in a residential area in the city of Ahmedabad. We have just learned the nationalities of those on board the flight, which was headed to London's Gatwick Airport. At the foreign desk, ABC's James Longman.
Of those on board, Air India says 169 are Indian nationals, 53 British, 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian. Now, the plane is 11 years old, and the Indian Civil Aviation Authority has been quick to point out the pilot had 8,200 hours of flying experience. But it is, of course, much too early to know the cause of this crash.
The plane is 787 Dreamliner, the first crash ever of this type of Boeing plane. That city has a population of about 5 million people. The plane would have been loaded with fuel when it went down less than a minute after takeoff. This is ABC News.
And we'll have more on that as we learn more throughout the morning. The State Department has ordered a partial evacuation of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad and the departure on non-essential staff from missions in Kuwait and Bahrain. It comes as Iran vows to strike American military bases in the region. Nuclear talks between the two nations still in the works.
This is potentially a practical step. By calling out non-essential employees from the embassies, by calling out some family members, allowing them to leave, it does minimize a risk of collateral damage if missiles were to fly. But really, what I think this is a messaging step. It's the U.S. saying, hey, look, Iran, talk is cheap, you can throw around threats, but look how quickly that we're willing to get onto war footing in case we can't reach a deal.
ABC's Shannon Kingston. Protest over federal immigration raids spreading to more cities. In Spokane, Washington, an emergency declared, 30 people arrested. The governor of Texas deployed his state's National Guard ahead of protest expected over the weekend. And in L.A., police enforced a curfew for a second night.
In California, a crucial court hearing on Governor Gavin Newsom's lawsuit seeking to block the military from assisting in immigration enforcement. The Justice Department argues President Trump has the authority to use troops to protect federal agents and federal property, comparing it to deployments by previous presidents, including Eisenhower's use of troops to enforce desegregation and Nixon's use of troops to deliver mail during the postal strike of 1970.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures lower, Dow futures down 303. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It's a crash at Vanderbilt University, 30th Avenue South at Vanderbilt Place. One in Madison on Old Hickory Boulevard, east of I-65. And also in Madison, Old Hickory Boulevard at Boyd's Hilltop Drive. Watch for a crash there as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your Thursday, June 12th. And I want to welcome on into the program Stephen Bucci, a foreign policy military analyst with the Heritage Foundation. Stephen, always great to have you on, and appreciate the last-minute assist here. So we have this story. I woke up this morning to it. I guess it broke yesterday afternoon. And the question is Israel about to unilaterally strike Iran? And, of course, that will obviously have consequences. Iran is now saying there will be strikes against America's interests in the region. So let's talk a little bit about this, because we all know that Trump has been trying to negotiate a deal with Iran. So, I don't know, give me your first blush, and then I'll throw some questions at you.
Well, first, we don't know for sure if they're going to strike right now. That they have been planning to do this for a while. They've been very open about it, frankly, that
Is he gone? Yeah. All right. So apparently we accidentally hung up on Stephen Bucci. There he is coming back. So go ahead and let's put him. We're training Louie. And Joe and I told Louie that Stephen Bucci sounded low, and I think his response was, "Okay, I'll go ahead and cut him off." So, note to self:
Don't do that again.
No. The response to telling the producer that the caller sounds low isn't to just go ahead and cut him off completely. Let me see if he's
There may be a problem with the line, though.
There may be.
Because
maybe the hamsters out in the back are getting tired.
Well,
because
you have to feed them every once in a while.
You do.
Yeah.
You do. Okay, so I think he's calling him back, and there we go. All right, hold on. Let's try this again. All right, Stephen Bucci, you there?
Wow.
Turn up his potentiometer on the console. Do that. Turn him up. He's up, and now he's gone again. Well, all right. Well, I guess we're not going to have Stephen Bucci unless we can figure out a way to get KGB back in here to is KGB back where you are, Joan? Because he might be. Anyway, whatever.
I just alerted him. He's on his way in.
All right. Well, anyway, so we got to figure out what happened. And so there's Stephen Bucci again. This was a train wreck. Okay, so KGB, we need to get Bucci on. He was a little low. I told Louie that he was a little low, and then Bucci went away. So I feel like his potentiometer was turned off or whatever. So I think the morning's going well so far. Joan, don't you?
Well, it's been a bang-up kind of a day.
All right. Stephen Bucci, you there?
I am there. I don't know what happened, but how much of what I was saying did you hear?
You know what? It was captivating. You said that we don't know that Israel is actually going to strike Iran. So go ahead and start from there.
Okay, so the reports are interesting, but they're not definitive. They're not, an announcement by Israel that they're fueling their aircraft. But it could be that Israel, number one, is doing what it said it was going to do. It is going to prepare. It is going to strike when Israel decides the danger is too great to ignore it any longer. But there could also be some playing going on here that Israel is playing the bad cop by talking up their potential strike to help President Trump's negotiations, him being the good cop in this case, kind of a role he doesn't get to play that often. but we have to wait and see. This is not an absurd thing. Israel's got to protect itself, number one. Number two, there's some benefit to having that stick there while President Trump is trying to offer the carrot and hopefully get Iran to change. That's the goal here.
Yeah.
Get Iran to back off on their threats and their desire to have nuclear weapons.
So one of the things that has been going on is, as you mentioned, that Trump has been negotiating with Iran, but the president has been really frustrated because there's been a lot of slow walking on Iran's part. And so the president has been very vocal about his frustration that it does seem like they are just slow walking and things are not progressing to the speed with which the president would like.
Yeah, exactly. President Trump, this is the way he works. He would prefer to do things through negotiations. He loves making a deal. And in this case, it's the right thing to do. You'd much rather have negotiations get Iran to back off on the desire to have weapons and to stop the threats against Israel and us without having to fight a war. Nobody wants to do that, regardless of who shoots them, whether it's Israel or the United States. What they use, whether Israel uses nukes or we use some of our other non-nuclear but very deep penetrating technologies, a lot of people are going to die. And some of them are going to be innocent Iranian citizens who really don't like the regime that's in power anyway. But that's what happens when you do military strikes. Nobody wants that. Iran, though, wants to pound its chest and threaten and be able to come away with some benefit from it, money, continuation of their program, something. And the Israelis are saying, you know what, we're tired of this. It's got to stop. Mr. President Trump, you either stop it through your negotiations or we're going to stop it through an attack. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me.
No, it doesn't. Stephen Bucci joining us with the Heritage Foundation. One of the things that has been happening is diplomats and military families are now, I think it's a voluntary evacuation, but some are saying that that is a signal from Donald Trump and the Trump administration that they're not going to stop Israel if this is what they decide to do. Both the United States and Israel seem to be making a point to say that this would be, and all the reporting is utilizing the term Israel unilaterally striking Iran. So I think you're right. There could be some staging going on here.
Yeah, I think some of it, diplomacy has lots of elements to it. There's different kinds of power that you apply in the diplomatic process. Israel uses its military power in addition to its diplomatic power, and we do the same thing. And I think we're kind of doing this together, which is why the Iranians are threatening American targets, trying to get us to stop Israel from doing something. But I think Netanyahu and Trump have talked this over. They haven't announced it this way, but I think they've talked about this. And, Netanyahu said, look, Mr. President, I got to protect the people who elected me. I know that may not be your desired methodology, but at a certain point, I have to do that. And I think Trump is realistic enough to probably say, yeah, you're right, Bibi, I get it. But give me a couple of days to try and do it the other way. But the Iranians have a choice to make. And if they choose poorly, they're going to get spanked, whether they get spanked by Israel unilaterally or a coalition between the U.S., Israel, and other Arab countries will remain to be seen. Look, nobody in the Middle East thinks Iran are the good guys other than the Iranian proxies.
Right.
And they're all pretty much defanged because of the operations that Israel has been running over the last couple of years in defending itself. And even Iran is somewhat defanged, or at least the kimono is open because the Israelis have taken out most of their air defense capabilities in previous actions. Iran is in a very weak position right now and doesn't have a lot of cards to play.
Stephen Bucci with the Heritage Foundation is joining us. And coming up, Stephen, the timing of this whole story I find interesting. We're going to talk about that. And the Trump negotiations with Iran. A lot of people, by the way, including yours truly, worried about whether or not the president, through these negotiations, could ultimately make Iran stronger economically so that they can continue to fund terrorism. Those two topics is coming up, 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, high of 91, partly cloudy. All right, so Stephen, one of the things that I read, I think this was in Newsweek, is people are talking about the timing of the possibility of an attack by Israel on Iran because, it was months ago, and you and I spoke about it, where Israel took out some of Iran's air defense systems. Well, those apparently, some are saying, are about to get back online. And so the timing for Israel, they may be looking at this and saying, if we're going to do this, we've got to do it now while they still don't have all of their air defense systems up to full speed. Your thoughts?
Yeah, that's. I mean, from a military standpoint, that's clearly what their strike forces would prefer. They don't want to have to go in with another strike against the air defenses before they send in the folks who are going to take out the nuclear facilities. That's just adds a whole nother layer of complexity and danger. But I don't think it's a non-starter that they have to do it before then. But, I think if Netanyahu agrees to delay and those defenses get back in place, I think the quid pro quo there would be the United States then assisting them probably more robustly than they might if Israel just went right now on their own. But I'm not terribly worried about that. If Israel could take out all those air defenses before, they're going to be able to take these out too. The Iranians are just not as good as they think they are. It's nice that they, for their domestic consumption, that they say the whole world fears them. The whole world doesn't fear them. They've turned out to be not a toothless tiger, but one whose teeth are somewhat blunted. And in the past, their big threat was if anybody hits us at home, we're going to turn loose the proxies, and they're going to bring terrorism all over the world. Well, Hamas is essentially gone. It's still there. It can still do things in Gaza, but that's about it. Hezbollah is still there, does still have a lot of ordnance, but way, way less than they had 6 months or 12 months ago. So the proxies are not there. Syria is gone, right? The guy in charge of Syria, though he's a former Al-Qaeda guy, is not a Sunni. He's not a Shia. He's a Sunni. He would just as soon shoot at Iran as he would at Israel because he thinks they're just as bad. They're apostates in his mind because he's a radical Sunni. Mm-hmm. And the rest of the Arab world, particularly the Sunni part of the Arab world, consider Iran the biggest threat in the region, not Israel. So, Iran can talk smack all they want, Dan, but they are not like at the strongest position they've ever been in by any means that you count it.
Is there a concern? So my concern is this, is that Trump is going to negotiate some sort of a deal with Iran that allows them to continue on with this, I guess, uranium enrichment. Iran says it's for peaceful means. My concern is that through this kind of a deal, number one, Trump is going to make Iran stronger economically. That means that they will be able to rebuild Hamas and some of these other proxies. That's number one. And number two, how do we know that or confirm that they're not utilizing their technology to build a nuclear weapon?
Yeah, the first one, you have to go on the fact that President Trump is not Barack Obama, and he's certainly not Joe Biden, and Marco Rubio is definitely not John Kerry, and he's not Anthony Blinken either. So I don't think they're going to get taken to the cleaners in the negotiations the way the Obama administration did and the way the Biden administration wanted to go. Fortunately, the Congress wouldn't let them do it. But there is a danger that if you cut a deal, there's going to be something that hopefully, other than the stick, that encourages the Iranians to play along. And it's going to take some monitoring. It's going to take some watching of what they do with any funds that are released. But I have a far higher comfort level with this President Trump administration doing those negotiations than I did after the debacle of the Obama administration with the original Iran deal, or with what Blinken and the Biden folks were trying to do. Could they get taken to the cleaners? Certainly. Sometimes in negotiations, even the best negotiators make a bad call.
Yeah.
And if that happens, there's going to be a lot more work to do going forward. I think if it happens, I'm not sure the Trump people will leave the monitoring of the programs that will be approved to be left will be handed over to the UN or any of these other international organizations. I'm betting that we will require American observers to get in there and watch those programs, not just some random folks from either Brussels or New York.
All right. It sounds like we've answered everything here. Did I miss anything? Any questions I missed?
No, just everybody needs to, continue to pray, keep your fingers crossed, whichever methodology you prefer. I go with the prayer part, that this turns out well. The best outcome is for Iran to give up these programs and stand down and stop all of the hateful rhetoric. I'm not optimistic that that's the way it's going to go, but I applaud President Trump for trying. And but watch Israel. They are going to go with their national interest, not the national interest of anybody else, which is what we would expect a national leader to do to protect his people.
All right, Stephen Bucci, always great to have you on. Appreciate the last-minute assist. It is 7:23, Nashville's Morning News, and Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Now, Joan, I do hope that your news is more accurate
than my description of Les Mis.
Description of Les Mis, because you are getting just
hammered
on the super text. It's kind of fun, to be honest with you.
It's with love, I'm sure.
Oh, that's what I've been saying for years. We're all still friends here, right? Anyway, what's coming up?
Well, we've got the latest on that crash of an airplane packed with passengers in India. Also, the House is taking a vote on one of President Trump's pet projects today. We'll tell you which one coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, Father's Day is this weekend, right? Father's Day is this weekend, and it's Thursday. So if you don't have your Father's Day gift yet for dear old dad, the dad in your life, we've got to get your butt in gear, friends. Go to Brentwood Jewelry. They've got all kinds of great things for Father's Day for dear old dad. They've got watches, cufflinks, money clips as well. So if you need something, even if it feels last minute, dad won't know it if you go to Brentwood Jewelry. By the way, one of the other things that I like that they do, they wrap it all up in a nice box as well. They've got gifts, Brentwood Jewelry, they've got gifts for any occasion, birthdays and graduations and anniversaries, you name it, they've got it at Brentwood Jewelry. If you're looking for something for the lady in your life, necklaces, bracelets, of course, rings and earrings as well. The other thing that I really like about Brentwood Jewelry is they also do a lot of repairing of jewelry, repairing of watches as well. Check them out online. It is BrentwoodJewelry.com, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Again, BrentwoodJewelry.com. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years.
Good morning, 7:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And our top story this morning, a Boeing airliner that has crashed in India.
It was a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. This is the first time this type of aircraft has crashed. And it gave a mayday call to air traffic control less than a minute after it took off. And after that, the signal was lost.
ABC's James Longman. There were at least 242 people on board that plane. It crashed into a residential area of Western India. There appear to be no survivors. There is some new information this morning about the threats coming from Iran. The UN Nuclear Watchdog's Board of Governors formally found that Iran is not complying with its nuclear obligations for the first time in 20 years. The 19 member countries on the International Atomic Energy Agency voting for a resolution that could restore UN sanctions on Tehran. That has prompted an immediate reaction from Iran, says ABC's Jonathan Carl.
They're going to pull out of the non-proliferation treaty, and they're going to threatening to build another uranium enrichment facility.
Now, Iran already has 2 underground sites, and it has been building tunnels in the mountains ever since those facilities were sabotaged at the hands of, reportedly, Israel. We'll keep an eye on this situation. Well, this is the day that the House of Representatives will vote on clawing back 2 years of federal funding for public media outlets, including more than $1 billion for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. It is expected that that House vote will approve the legislation today. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:32, Nashville's Morning News. And listen, today is Thursday. We're just talking about this. Today is Thursday. Father's Day is coming up this weekend. If the dad in your life has a dad bod that he'd like to get rid of, help him out with a belly buster special right now from my friends at Contours. Now, you go through one of these belly buster specials, you lose at least 2 inches in the middle. I did. Others have as well. A lot of folks taking advantage of Contours, their red light technology. It is not only incredibly unique, but it's also effective. Now, right now, for just $99, you can get your dad, or for yourself, by the way, one of those belly buster specials from Contours. If you call right now at 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Folks have been coming from all across Middle Tennessee to check them out, Contours. You can go to their website and see how their belly buster therapy featuring red light technology works, and call them right now for that $99 special. It's 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Their website, contoursllc.com. $7:34 on WTN. Listen, I'm Dan, and there's a great new deal going on right now at the Glock store. Now, you folks know I'm not a gun expert, but I do know that Glocks are the highest quality handgun available at their price level. You can buy a cheaper handgun, of course, but you cannot buy a better one for the same money. Still, the average Glock is around $600, and $600 is $600. So you've always wanted a Glock, but the price maybe is just a bit out of your reach. Well, Glock Store has you covered because they are now a factory rebuilt Glock dealer. Now, a rebuilt Glock might have been a retail display gun that got a little scratch. It could be a brand new Glock with a little blemish in the finish. There's lots of reasons why a Glock might go back to the factory to be rebuilt, but they always come back perfect. Now, Glock factory rebuilds carry the full factory warranty, but can cost up to $100 less than the original retail price. And $100 is $100. Now, to find out what is currently available, go visit my friends at the Glock Store. You can find them online, glockstore.com, and type in factory rebuilt in the search bar. Now, if you can't tell the difference, why pay the difference? The Glock Store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Got an accident this morning. It's actually an obstruction on the roadway. That's what we're hearing from the traffic center. It's on I-840 northbound just before Stewart's Ferry Pike in Lebanon. Got an accident. It's a car versus a deer. This is on 840 in Arrington. The eastbound lanes between Horton Highway, exit 42, and Almaville, exit 47. And you've also got Tennessee Highway Patrol out there this morning. They're going to be closing off the exits 111 through 117 intermittently today as the traffic gets jammed up for the Bonnaroo Festival. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, coming up, Joan, coming up at 8:06. I don't know if I mentioned this in our pre-show meeting, but we've got Matt Van Epps. He wants to be your choice for the 7th Congressional District. As we all know, that Congressman Mark Green is going to step down. Now, if you don't know who Matt Van Epps is, he is currently Commissioner of Governor Bill Lee's Department of General Services, among many other things. And so we'll speak to him coming up in the 8 o'clock hour right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Go take the Daily Dan poll on YouTube just very quickly. I just checked the numbers. Earlier, we were talking about how Rand Paul has been disinvited, has been uninvited to the annual White House picnic. And so he has now gone public. Now, this is what's interesting. Spoke about this earlier, where, Rand Paul is out there, and we played the audio, and he is saying that this is incredibly petty, that he has been uninvited from the White House picnic because of his opposition to the big, beautiful bill, especially when he says that all the Democrats are going to be going. So why has he been disinvited to the White House picnic? And it sounded to me like he is pinning this right on Donald Trump. Now, I would agree that sounds awfully petty. I don't believe, it is my official talk show host position, I do not believe that this was Donald Trump who did this. I think that this was somebody within his administration, because I just don't believe that Trump, I don't believe that he's, number one, I don't think that he's that petty. And number two, and I know that some of you are laughing right now at that statement, whatever. Number two is that I think that Donald Trump has a lot more going on, and he is not thinking about who's going to be at the White House picnic. I don't believe that that is true. Now, folks, on the super text line, a lot of people commenting on this, and a lot of folks are saying that that it was not Donald Trump. Other people, well, I don't know. 7899 says Trump is 100% that petty. But other people are saying that Rand Paul was being petty because he aired his grievances, out loud, seeking out the media to air those grievances. So it's just one of those, one of those stories. I do believe, though, that ultimately Trump will get involved in this, and Rand Paul will be invited to the White House picnic. Let me see what people are saying now.
He always has these ways of, he's talked about weaving before, so he'll weave this Rand Paul thing and the budget together, and he's going to make it work.
Yeah.
And he always does that. He's very good at that. So even if it was him, he'll bring him to the table and school him, and then Rand Paul will change his mind.
75% say it was not Donald Trump himself who uninvited Rand Paul. 25% say that it was, and we'll have to see ultimately what happens. There's one, we've done a lot today. 615-737-9986 is the is the super text line. Oh, let's do this. All right, so real quick. So tomorrow's the big Support Kilmar Abrego Garcia rally here in Nashville. It begins at 9. So here's what's going to be great. Murphy's show is going to be down there right about 8 o'clock.
Ooh, that's good.
I'm going to be going down there right about 9. And so right after I get off the air. So Murphy's show and I, as we have done in the past, we're going to go down there and check things out and see what is going on.
Love it. You're going to have to park kind of far away from it, right?
I'm probably going to take an Uber.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, because I don't want my car to get keyed if people,
right.
You know. I mean, I wasn't even sure that I wanted to even mention that I was going out there.
Yeah.
But I might as well because whatever. So I'm going to go out there and see what's going on. I'll take some video. We'll do some call-ins with Chris Hand and also with Chad Benson. And we'll see how it all goes. You have any predictions? Do you think that they're going to start,
Oh, I think it's going to erupt.
Do you?
I do. And I do because of Mayor Freddie O'Connell, because he's laid this foundation of, absolute hate for anything having to do with illegal aliens.
Well,
in this, you can't touch them.
Mm-mm.
So I think that he's laid this foundation, and I think it's going to get ugly tomorrow. So I hope you are careful.
2 organizations, this is from the Tennessee Star. 2 organizations are preparing to provide training for the protesters descending on Nashville for the Rapid Response Rally to support Kilmar Abrego Garcia Friday, as revealed by one of the protest organizers who listed an event jointly organized by a progressive legal group and a climate change group, a bunch of activists on climate change. And this was earlier this week. Remember we were talking about this earlier, where you've got the same people that are the climate change activists, the pro-Hamas people, the Summer of Love people, the Black Lives Matter people. They're all the same. It's just, what is their protest du jour? So I've noticed, and you have too, that all of these leftist groups, they really don't care what the cause is as long as they can attempt to destabilize things. For example, and I've seen this, I've mentioned it, out in L.A., you've seen a whole bunch of Palestinian flags at the rallies for, against ICE. So that's number one. You do see the same kind of behavior that we saw at the Black Lives Matter riots. You've got the pro-Hamas rallies as well, the climate change activists. Their ultimate goal, all of these people, their ultimate goal is to try to destabilize America, to weaken America, get us into a vulnerable state so that our enemies can then try and take advantage of us. They're trying to distract Donald Trump from what really needs to be happening in America, which is trying to protect America. And so this is all part of what the left does. George Soros is behind it. We've been documenting for you. The George Soros organization is behind a lot of this funding. Also, we have taxpayer-funded grants that have been going to these organizations as well. So this is all, quite frankly, by design. An updated web page for the protest created by United Volunteers of TN states the Progressive National Lawyers Guild and Extinction Rebellion are joining together to put on a Know Your Rights training just one day before the protest. I wonder if that's where they teach them how to make a Molotov cocktail.
I hope not.
Here's the link. Here's how you make a Molotov cocktail. Because, the whack job in Boulder, he learned how to make that thing on YouTube.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That crazy part of the story. Anyway, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. I hope that I'm pleasantly surprised and everybody is able to keep their cool. It is 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. 7:45, Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather goes, today a high of 91, and partly cloudy. Paycheck activists 0857 says, yes, paycheck activists.
Yeah, it's kind of perfect.
Absolutely right. Dan, at the rally on Friday, make sure you stand behind Chris and Chad. I wouldn't want you getting hurt. 7422. You know, I've been in these kind of situations before, and somehow I always, knock on wood, I always manage to come back unscathed. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
These are probably the most angry people I have seen, though. George Floyd was a little testy, but these are really angry people.
They are. They are. And they're going to be, rallied by Justin Jones, Justin Pearson,
Yes.
Glojo, just the usual cast of idiots. Speaking of the usual cast of idiots, Gavin Newsom is in the news. So last night, I don't know if you saw what happened last night, but we all know that, Newsom is out there, California governor, and he's trying to make hay out of all of these protests in Los Angeles. He is blaming Donald Trump at every turn. Remember this?
Look, Donald Trump has created the conditions you see on your TV tonight. He's exacerbated the conditions. He's, lit the proverbial match. He's putting fuel on this fire.
Right. He also had the speech earlier this week where he again blamed Donald Trump.
Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th?
So you know what we're not seeing? We're not seeing this in red cities. For example, Ron DeSantis, governor, of course, for the great state of Florida. I don't need to regurgitate, by the way, everything that you saw him say, Gavin Newsom say. I don't need to regurgitate all that. We talked about that yesterday. But now you have conservative governors that are speaking out like Ron DeSantis out of Florida. He was on Fox News last night with Laura Ingraham, and apparently, I love this. Apparently, DeSantis offered the California governor some advice, which, of course, was not accepted.
Yeah, they accused us of trying to, quote, escalate. But I can tell you what escalates the situation is being a sanctuary state. What escalates the situation is tolerating the looting and the rioting and the burning of these vehicles and attacks on law enforcement. And we do it just the opposite in Florida. When the 2020 riots were happening in Minneapolis, California, all these other places, we didn't let that happen in Florida. But we also recognize, this is what the left does. So we did landmark anti-rioting legislation. So in Florida, if you riot, if you loot, if you engage in any type of mob violence, you are not going to be treated like they treat you in Portland, where you get a slap on the wrist and then just get put right back on the street. If you do that in Florida, you're going to jail.
I love that. And permissive behavior simply means an escalation. Any parent knows that. Think about your kids, right? So if you just let them do whatever they want, then they will just keep escalating. And that has been what's going on in California. You know exactly what's going on. They're not learning accountability. They're not learning accountability. And that's a big issue. There has to be discipline with children and in California as well. Under Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, she's not offering any kind of accountability either. Although, yes, she did finally call for the curfews in the last couple of nights. That is good. But that is obviously a big part of the problem. And that's why Donald Trump had to come in.
And you're going to be held accountable. And we've had, when we did that legislation, people said, oh, they don't want protests. And we've had a lot of protests on various issues. Heck, Laura, every time I get out of bed, somebody's protesting things that I'm doing here in Florida. But that happens, and it's peaceful. And the minute you cross that line, that's when we will spring into action. And I know they're trying to do stuff this weekend all across the United States. And I don't know exactly what they have planned for Florida, but I'll tell you this, we're ready. Our local law enforcement's ready. Our state agencies are poised. And even our National Guard, if need be, will be there to quell any violence or any unrest if people make that dumb decision to do it.
I mean, that's the way that every single red state should, that's the way that they should react to and prepare for these kinds of things. And so here in Nashville, we've got the Gilmar Abrego Garcia support rally that is happening tomorrow, which obviously is so crazy when you think about it. And the left doesn't even, it's like they don't even see that they're supporting a guy who clearly and obviously, in my opinion, is guilty of human trafficking. Not to mention the beating up of his girlfriend or his wife or whatever. All of those things is something that this guy is tied to. Yet the Democrats have made him a hero, which is crazy to me. One more thing that Ron DeSantis says, and I love this too. You folks know that I like Ron. Lifters and all. But the governor of the state of Florida says, yes, if you have to run over protesters, because I've always said this, if you're driving around and you are surrounded by by a bunch of protesters, they drag you out of the car, they start beating you up, and they steal your car. He says, you know what? You need to be able to protect yourself. And in Florida, you can.
And we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets. You have a right to defend yourself in Florida. And we also have a policy that if you're...
Yeah, so that's what he said. Is, you know what, if you need to run those people over, you need to run those people over. Do what you need to do to protect yourself. And so...
Wow, what a different stance than we're seeing in other places.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. All right, it is 7:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, the threats that Israel is making against America, we will explore, and also the preparations that are ongoing here for the big military parade taking place this weekend in D.C. All that coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8014 asking, where is our useless governor? Where is Bill Lee?
He's been a little quiet, hasn't he?
Oh, just a little. I'm not going to go on a Bill Lee rant, but man, I wish he was more passionate about this stuff. It is unbelievable. 7:53, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan here. How do I depend on Xfinity? Well, let me count the ways. I've got a lot riding, of course, on my rock-solid internet from Xfinity. I got Riker, of course, doing homework and gaming. Amy working all day long from home. And, of course, yours truly, always prepping, always doing shows from my basement as well. All of that courtesy of Xfinity. I've been a client for years. And, by the way, if something does go wrong, they can make it right with 24/7 customer service for whenever you need it. And you know, with Riker in the house, he is 11. It is critical that we're able to check out what he's watching. And with Xfinity, you can do just that. You can depend on these folks. So check them out today, online anytime. The website, Xfinity.com, 1-800-XFINITY, or stop by a store today. 7:55. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? If you don't know, you really do need to ask because, some insurance companies, they refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, that means that the insurance company is depreciating how much they pay for your roof claim. Older roof, they're going to pay you less. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement costs. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they do pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them, check out your roof, check out your current insurance, and then call my friends at King & Associates. 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get that royal review at tkinginsurance.com.
Good morning now. It's 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a problem on 40, the westbound lanes at the Eastern Split this morning, right at I-24. There's a crash, and the left shoulder is blocked off by it, and what a delay there is around it. Also, an obstruction in Lebanon on 840, the northbound lanes just before Stewart's Ferry Pike. And we've got more about that and weather right after the news. Confrontation with Iran. The U.S. is pulling American personnel from parts of the Middle East as tensions escalate and Israel considers a military strike. Here's ABC's Jonathan Karl.
This is a clear indication that the United States believes that an Israeli attack on Iran's nuclear facilities is likely to happen soon. The State Department has ordered the withdrawal of all non-essential U.S. diplomats out of Iraq, while the Pentagon has authorized the departure of military family members from the Middle East as the region braces for the possibility of another war.
And Iran has threatened to strike American bases within their reach. Preparations ongoing for the big military parade taking place in D.C. on Saturday. ABC's Victor Akendo surveying from a helicopter above.
The entire area around the White House has been completely transformed. From above, we can see the nearly 20 miles of fencing leading right up to where President Trump will be on Saturday. Authorities tell me this will be the safest place in the world.
It's not just a parade. There will be concerts, fireworks, NFL players, and fitness competitions. In the finale, the Army's Golden Knights parachute team will jump over the White House, landing near the president and presenting him with a folded flag. Closer to home, the Metro Council approving a capital projects budget, which includes a proposal to turn the old middle school in Joelton into a new police precinct.
People we talked with think it's a good idea.
Well, I think it would be good. More room for the guys to practice and to have their training and police work.
A proposal to build a police precinct in Bellevue is also included in the capital improvements budget. But it's important to note this is just a planning document for what could be built in the future.
Channel 4's Brendan Tierney. Franklin police searching for a man who robbed a McDonald's at gunpoint last night on Galleria Boulevard just before 8:30. The suspect described as being a heavy-set man wearing a ski mask and a blanket with logos from the WWE on it. He left the scene in a white Kia Soul. Call police if you have any idea who he is. Remember when President Trump announced the coming gold card offering a pathway to citizenship for $5 million?
Wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people.
Yeah, well, it's here. The wait list is open now, and foreigners can sign up and then wait for the administration to respond to them. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures down 184 right now. NASDAQ futures losing 58. We've got the S&P futures down 18 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so it's that crash on the eastern split at 40 westbound at the 2440 East exit 213A, and the left shoulder is blocked off by it. Also, the eastbound lanes of 24 in Pleasant View just before Springfield, Ashland City, pretty slow there for a crash. An obstruction on the roadway in, this is Lebanon. It's on 840, the northbound lanes before Stewart's Ferry Pike, exit 70, and pretty slow around that as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 8:07 on Nashville's Morning News. We've got Matt Van Epps, who is joining us here in a second. Not yet, because I've got some breaking news. And it is important news, Joan, as a matter of fact.
All right.
Donald Trump has now commented on the big Rand Paul controversy.
Oh, good. And?
I knew it. 7:52 a.m., so just a little bit ago. Of course, Senator Rand Paul and his beautiful wife and family are invited to the big White House party tonight. He's the toughest vote in the history of the U.S. Senate, but why wouldn't he be? Besides, it gives me more time to get his vote on the great, big, beautiful bill.
See?
One of the greatest and most important pieces of legislation ever put before our senators and congressmen and women. It will help to make America great again. I look forward to seeing Rand. The party will be great. There you go.
I want to
know who disinvited Rand Paul.
Yeah.
And I do believe that Rand Paul probably should have addressed his concerns privately as opposed to going off and finding a whole bunch of cameras. However, that's not the purpose of this segment. Matt Van Epps is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Matt, thanks for being here. You want to be the new congressman for the 7th. How are you?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Hi, Dan. I'm very happy to be with you. Thank you so much for the time this morning.
Absolutely.
Matt Van Epps. Yes, sir. I'm a special operations veteran and a conservative, and I'm really, really excited. This is day 3 in the campaign, and we're not getting a lot of sleep, and that's great, but well trained for that. I'm a graduate of the U.S. Army Ranger School, and I also have a 10-month-old, so I don't sleep anyhow.
Oh my Lord! Well, let me throw a bunch of questions at you, okay? So, because I mean, respectfully, I don't know a lot about you, but what I do know, I really like. So, I want to get into some of the military stuff here in a second. Again, Matt Van Epps is joining us. Now, you quit your job as the Commissioner for General Services with the Lee administration. So let me ask you, what exactly is that, Commissioner for General Services?
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. So the Tennessee Department of General Services really focuses on the other 22 departments and agencies, kind of like federal GSA, but it covers procurement, real estate, the state fleet, printing, mailing, parking. It's really the engine that drives state government. So we were very internally focused, trying to drive government efficiency, making things cheaper and more effective for the taxpayer. And it was, honestly, Dan, it was one of the best jobs I've had. It was bittersweet to leave. As I talked to my leadership team, is it truly a phenomenal leadership team that are amazing public servants and work hard every day. But I felt like that's what I had to do to pursue this objective, and I feel passionate about this. I feel called to do this and try to earn the voters' trust and take that to Washington D.C. to follow Mark Green. He and I are both West Point graduates and both served in the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, and feel like it can pick up the ball and run with it. And I'm excited to try to do that.
So do you and Congressman Green, do you know each other?
Well, we do know each other.
Okay. So
Yes, sir.
so what exactly, in looking at your bio, you've had 8 deployments with the Night Stalkers. So talk about what exactly is that?
That's right. Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So I served with the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, lived in Clarksville for a little over 5 years, serving in that organization. That is the Special Operations Aviation Unit that supports all of America's Special Operations ground forces. So I was a helicopter pilot. I flew the MH-47 Golf Chinook helicopter in 160th and was a leader, was an air mission commander, was an outstation commander, and did 8 deployments with that organization to Afghanistan, supporting America's ground forces and taking the fight to terrorists.
Okay, so that's a pretty big gig. And so then you come back to Tennessee, you start working within the Lee administration. Are you currently in Tennessee's Army National Guard?
That's right. I am. So I did 10 years active duty. I actually started off before I went to Special Operations. I was an Apache attack helicopter pilot. That was the first unit that I did after graduating from West Point, going through flight school, survival school, Ranger school, and then went to fly Apaches and did a 12-month deployment to Iraq, just north of Baghdad, with that attack helicopter unit before going to 160th. And so 10 years total time active duty, and then transitioned out of that into the National Guard. Was in the Kentucky Guard for 2 years before coming to Tennessee, and I've been in the Tennessee Army National Guard for 8 years now. Still wear the uniform. I'm a lieutenant colonel, deputy brigade commander in the Tennessee Army National Guard, and absolutely love that aspect of service. It's been so worthwhile, and I'm so honored to do that as well.
So let me ask you: you're watching all of this in Los Angeles, and of course it's spreading across the country. You got the National Guard that have been activated out there. What's your take on what they're going through?
Well, I think number one, I fully support President Trump and what he's doing to stop lawlessness, and that's what it is. President Trump is right to stop lawlessness, and you face the consequences if that's what happens. And it takes a full team to do that, and those forces under Title 10 orders will report to the president. And the efforts there to bring law and order, I think, is the right thing to do.
It is 8:14 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Matt Van Epps is joining us. He is throwing his hat in the ring for the 7th Congressional District, as Congressman Mark Green is going to be vacating that. I'm going to take the traffic real quick, Matt, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of policy questions, just more general in nature. But there are some things that, of course, people are going to want to know about you. So I've got some of that coming up next. It is 8:14. Time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, a high of 91 and partly cloudy. Matt Van Epps is joining us. All right, so Matt, let me ask you, number one, you've got a wife, you've got a 10-month-old, and you had a really good gig here in Tennessee. And it's so funny because I remember asking Congressman Mark Green this question as well. You sure you want to go to Washington, D.C.? What makes you want to do this?
Well, that is such a good and fair question. I'm a political outsider running for the first time, but my service runs deep. My mom was raised very poor. My dad was lower middle class. I'm a Midwest kid, middle class, that grew up and was fortunate to come to Tennessee through the Army. But I really learned strong family values from my mom and dad. Neither of them went to college, but they worked really hard to give my brother and I an opportunity, and we're both West Point graduates. And I'm so thankful for that, for their hard work and giving us that opportunity. In fact, my dad, who is my hero, was drafted into Vietnam, was an infantryman and tunnel rat, faced very tough combat in Vietnam, was spit on when he got back home, was called every name in the book, but never turned his back on his country. He was the biggest patriot, the biggest conservative that I've ever known, and was my hero, mine and my brother's hero. And unfortunately, he passed away in 2013 due to cancer from Agent Orange. And so I have a very special place in my heart for Vietnam veterans. And he was that guy, like the Toby Keith song, who flew a flag in his yard until the day he died. And he instilled that sense of patriotism and love of country into my brother and I. And we made that, my brother and I made the decision to serve and go to West Point. I was there on 9/11 as a freshman, and I know you covered 9/11 on the ground, and that was such a formative experience where we went into West Point at a time of peace. And matter of fact, my class, which was dubbed the class of 9/11, entered West Point with about 1,200 cadets, and we graduated with exactly 911,
Wow.
which still gives me goosebumps to this day.
Yeah.
And that was Providence. That was, I think, what we were supposed to do. Our class motto that we selected before 9/11 was keeping freedom alive. And that is core to who I am. And that belief in service to country and service to others over self, the duty, honor, country. And that's what I've tried to bring to the teams that I've led, to try to be a humble leader of integrity, to really work the problem set and help others. And that's what I'm hoping to do in D.C. President Trump needs backup. And I've spent my life in the Army backing up our teammates, taking out terrorists, and we'll provide that same level of commitment to backing up the president. And that's what I hope to go do and help work and drive through the America First agenda.
So it sounds like you are MAGA. It sounds like you are a good conservative. I mean, just first blush, sounds like you're a very good conservative, very much aligned with the MAGA movement. Give me, I've only got about 3 minutes left. Matt Van Epps is joining us, is running for the 7th Congressional District. Matt, give me like a couple of minute elevator pitch on, where you stand, no pressure, where you stand on protecting the border and, big government spending, getting involved in, foreign wars, foreign policy. I'm positive you have some strong opinions, especially perhaps on the foreign wars.
Absolutely. Well, I think first of all, I think top of mind for a lot of folks is immigration. We had 4 years of failed Biden agenda that's put us where we're at now, and we have to deport criminal illegals. You see what's going on in California. I was at an event in Dixon yesterday, and several folks brought up, well, hey, when you look out and see what's going on, there's no American flags, and that to me is problematic. And I told a story when I was deployed, I always had an American flag on me, and it was under my body armor because that is what we believed in, and that is the flag that if we didn't come home was going to be what brought us home. And I think it's so important to defend the border. I think Mark Green has done a phenomenal job leading those efforts. There's more work to be done. I think the president is absolutely right. He ran on deportation and needing to fulfill that campaign promise. And I'm here to support the border and to work that, to help President Trump to finish that mission and to get that done. My first, as far as national security goes, my first thought is always our warfighters. It's focusing on training and preparing for combat. It is going to combat and doing that is a very difficult undertaking. I've lost friends and colleagues and who paid the ultimate sacrifice. And they did that in love of country and in defense of their brothers and sisters, in giving that last full measure of devotion. And the defense of our country is something I take just so it's so important. I take very personal, and I think the move to focus on our warfighters and to improve their capabilities is incredibly important. Lawlessness has to be dealt with. Yeah. I think the bottom line is we can't tolerate that. I appreciate the president taking the action that he has, and look forward to working with him to support that. And then I think finally, on the big beautiful bill, we've got to pass that. We've got to get that done. The president is right there. If we don't get it done, we would risk the largest tax increase in history. And I'm a low tax, pro business guy, and think that that's absolutely right. And we'll work with President Trump to get that done.
One of the things I think is going to be interesting as you make your way through this progress and you want to this process and you want to become a member of Congress, you do know that they're hated, right?
I think I think there are folks that I have met that are truly great and truly great American leaders in Congress, and I think I'm there to work and to lead and to really hope to take the opinions and the voices of those in the Tennessee 7th to Congress, and I hope to represent them and do that in a really great way. I think we've got a really strong movement going right now on our team. I'm really proud of what we've done so far. We're working really hard, and I'll show up every day and work incredibly hard for the folks here and to drive that, to make America the best country possible, to make Tennessee the best state possible. And I'm so honored to have this opportunity. I'm so excited about it. It is I'm humbled by it. There's just so many amazing folks in Tennessee. I think Tennessee can lead the country in so many ways, and I hope to be a part of that.
Well, let me ask you. I mentioned the process. I've got a minute left. So, what is going to happen with you? What does the campaign look like for you?
Absolutely. Well, thank you for asking. We've got a website up and running now. It's mattfortn.com. That's Matt, FORTN.com. We're hoping to build support. We're hoping to get out and meet as many people as possible, to fundraise it as much as possible, and that's what we're going to be doing. We've got a bunch of events that are lined up that we're going to be going out to. We've got many calls set up, and we're getting a lot of support and a lot of folks that are responding, and we'll be out there and look forward to engaging with as many people as possible and hearing and listening, and building off of that and taking that to Congress to support the president and to lead for Tennessee.
All right, Matt Van Epps, good luck to you. I know this is probably not the last time that you and I will speak, and I know that you're going to be all over the place. I think you've got an incredible story. I thank you for your service, and I'm going to look forward to watching you out on the campaign trail.
Dan, thank you so much for the time today. I really appreciate it, and really look forward to talking again. Hope you have a wonderful day.
All right, you too. We'll see you. It's 8:24 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, would you ever want to be a congressman?
I don't think so.
I mean, he knows that everybody hates. But see, here's the thing about Congress, right? Everybody hates Congress as an entity, but oftentimes people like their own congressman. That's one of the things that I've noticed.
That's fair.
Right. So anyway, I wish he sounds. I mean,
he sounds very normal.
You can't argue with you can't argue with a guy, West Point and Apache helicopters and fighting terrorists. And even if I was going to argue with him, he could probably kill me in like 2 seconds. So I'm not going to argue with him.
Yeah, and no one would know where he buried the body.
That's exactly right,
Yes.
Joan. I'm just kidding. He sounds like a good guy.
He does.
He sounds like a good guy. And here's the deal. There's going to be other people that are going to throw their hats in as well. And I'll talk to any and all of them that'll come on. It is 8:25 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, we'll tell you the telltale signs that investigators are seeing right now after that passenger plane crash in India. And where's all the inflation? Another measure of the economy came out this morning. We've got that and more coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. 8:25 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. DT McCall's, a great Tennessee company that is here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, great selection, and terrific value as well. Now, I've been telling you for years about DT McCall's because, well, like a lot of the folks that I represent, I have been a client for a lot of years. Now, they've been helping people out here in Middle Tennessee for 3 generations. And if you need it, DT McCall's has it. Indoor furniture. If you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. You know all about their lawn mowers and their outdoor lawn equipment. They've got great selection, great prices, and appliances. Listen, at DT McCall's, if it plugs in, they've got it, and they've always got specials going on to save you money. Check out the front page of their website. Any day of the week, you're going to have specials on all brands of appliances, washer and dryer sets, dishwashers, and a whole lot more. DT McCall's, they've been at it for 100 years with a focus on customer service. And if you buy it, they'll deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online. DTMcCalls.com. $827, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Listen, you buy a new HVAC unit this month, and you are in the running to get a free trip to the beach, courtesy of Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. That's right. You'll be entered to win a free 3-day beach getaway. So you buy the unit, they'll take care of the vacation, including gas, a couple of meals per day, and lodging. Winner will be announced on Facebook Live. Now, don't forget, this month and every month, Busy Bee has all kinds of great specials here in the month of June. You can get those air ducts clean, and we're giving a free package upgrade. You buy the middle tier package, and Busy Bee will upgrade you to the deluxe package. How about $500 off of select tankless or upright water heaters, as well as 15% off of a whole home drain repipe? A lot of ways to save with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I could go on and on, but why don't you just go to their website? Because the reality is the specials at Busy Bee, they are endless. Find their website at busybeehvac.com, busybeehvac.com, or you can call them, 615-775-7833. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-775-7833.
Good morning, 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There are likely no survivors after a crash of a 787 Dreamliner in western India. Now, this crashed into an apartment complex shortly after takeoff. It had been bound for London.
This was not a nosedive. This plane had just taken off. We've seen videos circulating on social media showing it almost looks like it's landing. It's coming down at roughly 500 feet per second on a glide scope, so not a nosedive. The landing gear was still down. This signifies some sort of loss of power. And of course, we now know that the captain did make some sort of a mayday call, but then that was it.
ABC News transportation correspondent Sam Sweeney. Lawyers for Kilmar Obrego Garcia filing a motion to allow him to be set free. Garcia will be in court in Nashville tomorrow to face charges of human smuggling, bringing MS-13 gang members into the U.S., along with unaccompanied minors. He could face 10 years in prison for each person he transported if convicted. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Yet another report on inflation. This time, the measure of inflation at the manufacturing level, and it remains muted.
The PPI rose 0.1% last month, about half of what economists were anticipating. That report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics followed the May Consumer Price Index, which also pointed to relatively tame inflation. The Federal Reserve will study both numbers as it decides next week where to set interest rates.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. Stock starting off lower. The Dow Jones Industrials down 178. The NASDAQ falling 29. S&P 500 index, that's down 13 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. By the way, Joan.
Yes.
We're going to ask Chris Hand's opinion of Les Mis.
Oh, because I'm pretty sure he's seen it a few times.
Oh, I'm sure that's his big go-to on the weekends is Les Mis.
Yeah.
Master of the house.
Oh, wow. You knew a song.
Please tell me the cameras. You got to do that when the camera's on you because he was doing the whole dance.
I have a dance.
Do you have a dance?
I have a whole routine we've worked out.
Whoa.
I don't want to spoil anything for the next segment.
Okay, don't spoil it. All right, Dan Mandis here. And of course, you know, summer is approaching, almost here. You want to be active. You want to go out. You want to have fun. But if you're sidelined with chronic back, neck, and knee pain, you've got to go to my guy, Dr. Kevin Mitchell, in the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, he has helped so many people across Middle Tennessee. He can help you as well. They are experts in spinal decompression therapy. It works. No pills, no surgery, no injections. Right now, a great deal for the month of June. You know that they charged Donald Trump with 34 felonies, not one of them stuck. But at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, we're going to turn that 34 into something positive. It is the presidential special. For just $34, you can get your initial consultation, your x-rays, and that very first treatment, again, for just $34. Now, I'm Dan Mandis, and the Wellness Institute of Nashville has my seal of approval on this presidential special that could change your life. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. Dan Mandis, you know, it's Dan Mandis. I was just on seconds ago.
That guy before you sounded great, though.
Didn't he, though? He was really good. I got to try to top that somehow. Dan Mandis here. Now, if you own a BMW, an Audi, a Mercedes-Benz, a Porsche, any other European car, I've got great news for you. There is a great place to get it serviced and repaired, maintained. Renstall. Now, this is a great company, locally owned, locally operated, and exclusively they work on all European vehicles. Now, they like to say this is dealer-level service, but family-level care and honest pricing. They don't have a corporate mindset. Case in point, They proudly offer the Heroes Service discount. Veterans, active duty military, first responders, emergency medical personnel, all get a 10% discount on all repairs. That's one of many things that I love about Renstall. They also want to make your life easier. They also offer complimentary shuttle service and free Uber rides as well, immediate appointments, and quick turnaround as well. So the Renstall Guarantee is all about honesty. The Renstall Guarantee, they'll offer clear and honest pricing and no unnecessary repairs ever. So check them out, conveniently located Renstall. Conveniently located across the street from the Academy of Country Music, 5 minutes from Music Row, 2 minutes from downtown. Find them online, itrustmymechanic.com. itrustmymechanic.com. The phone number, they do have appointments available for you, 615-777-7100, 615-777-7100.
All right, we've got an accident in Pleasant View. It's on the eastbound side of 24 before Springfield Ashland City exit. And also, just be advised that Tennessee Highway Patrol will be out on 24 this morning, and they'll close down exits 111 through 117 intermittently because of the traffic. If it's really heavy, all of this, of course, because of Bonnaroo. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.838, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the crisscross handoff with Joan Jones and Chris Hand. All right, so, guys, this is Louis' first time by himself.
Uh-oh.
Malinoff just left.
He left the building?
Malinoff has left the building. So I think what we need to do, let's make this as complicated as possible. What we're going to do is we're gonna take this right up to like 57, and then Louis gonna have to do all of that juggling of commercials because we're not gonna get them all in. That's what we're gonna do to Louis. I'm just kidding, Louis. You're doing a great job.
I was thinking of messing with him and be like, Louis, turn my mic on. Louis, turn my mic on. Turn my mic on, and just do that. No. Louis been doing good. He's been doing awesome.
Great. That's exactly right. Stephen Bucci thought so earlier.
No, I don't think he did.
Well, I'm just kidding. People were yelling at me for like being mean to Louis.
I know.
Really?
I wasn't being
How
mean
dare
to
you
Louis.
be mean?
You know what's
I
funny?
wasn't.
You never got that kind of heat for being mean to Malinoff. You notice that?
Actually, people do get on him about being mean to Malinoff.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not mean to. See, here's the stupid thing. I'm not mean to anybody.
Malinoff earns it.
He does. Let's be honest.
This is what happens when you walk out of the building.
He's like, I just went to go catch a plane. That's all I did.
Don't worry, he's in an Uber. They're not listening to us.
Have you ever gotten into an Uber and they were listening to us?
No.
Not once?
I was in an Uber this morning and they weren't listening to us.
No?
No, usually I get to listen to you and I hear your jokes that are repeated a couple times and it warms me up. I get ready, I get amped.
I didn't have any jokes. I had a great
Let's
joke.
go. Sign me up.
So
I don't know if I'd call it great, but it was pretty good.
okay, so we were talking about Les Mis. We're talking about Les Mis.
Yeah.
And I said, well, Joan, have you ever seen The Nutcracker? You know, that play about Hillary Clinton.
See, I thought that was funny.
So there's that.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And then Joan said, hey, I found because she was bad-mouthing Bonnaroo, a great Tennessee tradition. And so Joan's like, well, I found a great way to, get home. And I said, really? And I said, did you look at a map? Because, usually women in maps, I don't know.
I'll tell you what I do.
I got some
Unbelievable.
Anytime I get a new phone or something, the first thing I do is change that GPS voice because I am not getting directions from a woman.
Chris Hand. What's your middle name? I want to use that too.
I go straight to the Australian mail. Thank you, sir.
Do you know?
I'll take the mispronunciations over getting lost.
Brian. I started yelling back at Amy's like snooty British guy because he says Brian.
So Amy's with me.
Yeah.
She's not getting directions from a lady either.
No, she's not. She thinks the British guy. She thinks his voice is hot.
See, that's just it. The ladies change it to the person that sounds hot. You guys are just.
Do you know what I told her?
Sexist.
I said, I bet you what we could do is with AI, we could have your direction giver in like my voice.
That would be awesome.
How cool would that be?
Imagine if it's like she navigates to a gas station and all of a sudden it's like, man, this is like in a quarter of a mile, take a right. Gas prices have been really down lately because Donald Trump has unleashed energy.
I could start just like monologuing on her phone just when she doesn't want it,
I love it.
I think that'd be funny. Well, Joan, what's your navigation voice?
I don't like the voice, so I turn it off.
No voice.
No voice.
At all?
Silence.
Okay.
Yeah, no voice.
I can't do that. I miss the turn every time.
If I look at it, I'm better off than hearing it.
You really miss the turn?
Every time. If my voice is muted, I'm lost.
Okay.
Every single time.
Can I just rant about Bonnaroo for a moment?
Oh, and I'm with you, by the way.
So I woke up this morning, turned off my alarm. I keep a sound machine. Like I keep my sound machine next to my bed. Anyway,
like
turn that off.
Little ocean waves for the ambiance.
Yeah, well,
I thought it was the rhythm's gonna get you with like Gloria Estefan and the Miami
Dan,
sound machine.
That was a big stretch.
It really was. That wasn't as good as
stretch.
Hillary and the Nutcracker,
Right,
but whatever.
that one made me laugh.
All right, go ahead.
So I turned that off, and I said to my husband, "Is somebody outside?" Like, I thought maybe there was a car in the driveway. You know when you get next to a car and it's very loud and you hear the bass of the car?
Yeah.
I said, "Is somebody in the driveway?" And I went out to take a look. No, it's Bonnaroo at 2:00 in the morning.
Joan's looking out her window and she's
believe it.
you damn hippies.
Joan's going to be out on her front lawn with
Get off my lawn.
Yeah.
Virginia came to the station yesterday. We had to go meet a client, and then we were driving back, and we saw this car pulled over to the side of the road. She's like, what is going on there? And this guy hops out with a tie-dye shirt and long hair, and she goes, oh, my gosh, it's Bonnaroo people. It's Bonnaroo people. What are they doing?
See, I feel vindicated.
All right, well, good. You two now are officially old.
Yeah.
I'm all for Bonnaroo. And
are you going?
Am I going?
You going? You gonna camp out, Dan? You gonna spend 3 days, not shower, roll around in the mud?
Do they have bubble baths?
I don't know if they do.
Because that's a
Peeing
deal
in the
breaker.
woods. Yeah, it's great.
Just so we're clear, I have peed in the woods, and these days I have peed off my porch too. For you people that have been listening for a long time.
Wow, you didn't warn me that you were such a cultivated person.
Some men just want to see the world burn.
All right. Anyway, so Les Mis. So
sing your song, do your dance. Come on.
Yeah, do your dance.
Master of the house, keeper of the inn. That's
all he knows.
That's all I got.
One line.
Okay, so my parents loved this play growing up, and I remember they had Les Mis on a 2-disc collection, and then they would put the CD on in the house all the time.
Really?
Huge fans of the French Revolution.
I don't even know what Les Mis is about.
It's the French Revolution.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You never seen it?
No. Have you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not the movie, but the play.
Okay.
I'm a little bit highfalutin.
You are a little bit
You
highfalutin.
are.
Boy, I
Check
bet
you
you had
out.
some red wine with it too. With your pinky out in that whole thing.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Sure, little piano playing beforehand.
Indubitably.
All right. Anyway,
Donald Trump, he had a good time. They cheered for him and they booed him.
they did. Do you have that audio?
I do. I have some of it.
So what I love is people are trying to say that, oh, Donald Trump went in there and he was booed by all of the people in there. And of course, he wasn't. I need some audio, if I could, Louie. This is when Donald Trump arrived. Now, you hear some boos. But can we all be honest? It's easier to boo than it is to cheer. Would you say, is that true?
I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around. It's easier to boo than to cheer?
Yeah. In other words, vocally.
Got you.
Vocally, you have something to say. Boo, right? But when you cheer, I mean...
So give us your best cheer, Dan.
So it's actually better. It's easier to hear the
Hold
boo.
on, Joan. Hold on. We heard the boo.
Yeah. See,
Now
if
give us the cheer.
If you're a cheerer...
Okay, so we heard how easy the boo is.
Boo.
Now give me the more difficult cheer, Dan.
See, if I wanted to cheer, I would go, yay! But that just sounds a little...
You would lay down a yay? If you saw Donald Trump walk into the Kennedy Center, you're laying down a yay?
I don't know what I would do. What would you do?
Yay!
He's got the jazz hands going. Chris does. What would you do? You lay down but that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It is harder to cheer than it is to boo because boo, it's easy.
I've cheered for Donald Trump live several times.
What'd you do?
Very easy. It's let's go, let's go. That's what I do.
That was lame.
I'm sorry, it wasn't a yay.
Anyway, so.
But have you seen two sides of Twitter? It's like if you don't follow any liberals, you assume that Donald Trump walked into a thunderous ovation.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't follow any conservatives, you assume that Donald Trump walked into pitchforks and torches, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Did you see, by the way, they asked Trump about the actors boycotting, which, by the way, can I ask a question? So if they had actors boycotting, how did they have a complete actors?
They probably
play?
all had backups.
Yeah. And then now, if you are the actor that was like the stand-in and you performed for Donald Trump, now are you going to be blacklisted?
I don't know. You got to love him, though. He gave you a shot.
Absolutely. This is what Donald Trump said.
It's been reported that some actors may be boycotting tonight.
I couldn't care less. Honestly, all I do is run the country well.
Did you notice, by the way, that Melania started laughing when he said that? That I think Melania is more tuned in than we all realize.
Oh, I'm sure.
I think that is what's going on.
You think?
A reporter asked her a question too.
Oh, did it? Okay. What did they ask her?
I knew you were going to say that.
Well, you can't just drop it.
But
oh yeah, a reporter asked her a question too. Oh,
so
did he? Yeah.
The point is, I think that it's really cool that the reporters engage with her. They like to engage her.
Yeah.
And she is A, stunningly beautiful, and B, she just holds his hand and smiles, and you know, I think she's all that.
She is all that.
I'm all done.
I'll throw in the bag of chips too.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. So the White House press briefing yesterday.
Yes.
I said it earlier in the broadcast that I lost what's left of my brain cells because the questions were so incredibly stupid. So I'm just going to play a couple real quick, all right?
Let's hit it.
So if there were peaceful protests on Saturday for the military parade, President Trump would allow that.
Of course the president supports peaceful protests. What a stupid question.
I loved that. I loved it.
What a stupid question.
What a stupid question. So that was one, and I don't have time to get into all of them because we got to take it easy on Louie. But that was one stupid question, right? So the support, the president of the United States supports right to free speech. What a stupid question. Then there is this one.
I'm struck by the fact that the president has not at any point said the most important thing here is to protect the First Amendment rights of peaceful protesters. So I'm wondering, where in his hierarchy of interests does he place that? Is the First Amendment protection the most important? Is stopping violence most important? Why is he not out saying all peaceful protesters will be protected?
That is so...
What a stupid question.
What a stupid question.
Yeah.
It's like, why isn't the president going out there running around and, saying people have a right to protest?
It's like you're waiting for the reporter to go, and I have a follow-up. Does he condemn the white supremacist in Charlottesville, Virginia?
And, I'm trying to find the last one. The last one is where they asked Caroline Leavitt if, I'm looking, here it is. Now there's this one. Was Trump using the National Guard and the Marines a way to distract from his feud with Elon Musk? Listen.
Everything sort of we've seen so far with the president's response to the LA protests. There is criticism that seems to suggest that the president responded the way he did because it was a deliberate, calculated attempt to sort of shift focus away from his feud with Musk. How would you respond to that?
I mean...
What a stupid question.
What a stupid question.
What a stupid question.
Wait, but there was that last one.
What?
The last question is the stupidest of all.
The one we just did with the distraction?
No, the king.
The king.
Oh,
do you still have it or no?
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it. I'm conscious of the time.
We can role play if you'd like.
So, no, I got it. So here's another one.
It's also being titled No King's Day. Does the president see himself as a king?
Right. I mean, these are the questions.
Unbelievable.
Aren't these?
Actually, he fancies himself more of a dictator.
Oh, man.
Does the president see himself as a king?
I mean, just good Lord.
Really?
Man.
What a stupid question.
I love that. What a stupid question.
She's been awesome.
She has been. She's been doing really well. And Caroline Leavitt, and she's doing great. And, next couple of days, it's going to be a bunch of protests. And
you excited?
Am I? No, because it means I got to work late. Because I'm going to go down there tomorrow.
Oh, you're going to the protest?
Mm-hmm.
Based?
Yeah, Matt and I are.
Okay.
He called me and he said that he wanted to go. He's going to be there at 8.
And then he said he needs somebody strong to back him up. And
Oops, sorry.
he said, you're my guy.
Wow, Joan. I like how Chris did passive aggressive, and then you just took that and ran with it. Trust me. No, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think that Matt, Matt is tailor made for this kind of thing. He loves this.
Are you bringing cameras and microphones? Are you going the whole nine? And you're gonna
I've got all that on my phone.
Let's go.
So we'll be calling in, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. So
I'm bummed I'm going to miss it.
Yeah.
You know what? It probably still going to be going on at what time you get off? Noon, right?
Well, I'm off tomorrow. Wilson's in for me. I got to go to Dallas.
Oh, Wilson.
I got to go to Dallas for the Turning Point event.
All right. Well, you know what? Then we'll call in and talk to Brian Wilson about it. Well, you're missing all the fun.
I know. I'm bummed.
All right. But we're excited to have Brian. He's always great to have.
It's awesome having Brian being able to fill in. He's fantastic.
He is.
And he's ready to rant.
He has got his rant pants on.
Let's go.
And those rant pants are a lot smaller these days with Brian. Hey, Joan, what's going on?
Yeah, so we've got the latest on that plane crash in India this morning. Also, the State Department ordering a partial evacuation of some embassies. What's happening there? That's coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at Loan Pronto. Listen, if you're maxed out on credit cards, if you're struggling with high interest debt, you could pay it all off in days with my friends at Loan Pronto and their rapid equity loan. You can get cash out right now without touching your low rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The rapid equity loan program at Loan Pronto is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, they renovated their kitchen, they cut their monthly expenses by $1,800, and that, of course, is a huge turnaround. Call them, get the conversation started. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Find them online anytime, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, on approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. 8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so what do you got coming up, Chris?
Well, we're going to talk about the impending war with Iran. I want to get everybody's take on that, whether they like the idea of a war with Iran or not. Plus, we've been talking a lot on my show about Chinese nationals and the need for ICE to remove them. We got an update yesterday from ICE, a lot of Chinese nationals being removed, and we know that they're now looking into University of Michigan and their policies around biological material. So we're going to be talking a lot about that.
Off the air, you and I were talking about Iran and Israel and all that. One of the things that I spoke about earlier was how many sleeper cells do you think have snuck across our border over the last 4 years?
You're not wrong.
You know what I mean?
Yep. It's a good point.
Yeah. So anyway, all right. By the way, quite a few people have agreed with me that it is a lot easier to boo vocally than it is to cheer.
I did see that, but did you see 1761? They gave you a good suggestion for next time.
What's that?
What you do is you yell, U.S. Yay! That's what she said.
Is that what she said?
That's what he said, yeah.
Does that get the Joan seal of approval, or does that get a Joan groan?
It got an eye roll.
Oh, my gosh, a Joan groan.
A Joan groan.
Gonna make that happen.
We need to get a sponsor on that stat.
That's exactly. All right, gotta go. Chris is up next on WTN.